Alright. Hey everybody, it's me, Madame, your favorite 50% fanboy, 50% genius indie VTuber, also known as C9X, and oh god, I just swallowed some spit. Welcome back to our Snowbreak Containment Zone. Last time we did a bit of coin champ. I should not have clicked this, but whatever. I didn't farm it off screen, I was busy. And that was a month ago, but you know, we'll get to it in a bit. Today, we're gonna be, hopefully, finishing up Back from Bygone, because Back from Bygone seems to be longer than previous events, previous story events, yeah. So I don't know if we'll finish it, but I hope we could. We do have enough time today. I guess it just really depends on if I have the energy to finish it. Alright, so without further ado, let's get started. As always, grab a snack or drink a daily water because that's what's best for you. Check your posture and hope you enjoy the stream. And also, there's drops on Twitch. If you watch for, I believe, up to an hour and a half, you get different resources. If you're on YouTube, you can stay on YouTube, or you can, go to Twitch if you need the drops. Anyway, by the time we reached the inn marked on the map, the sky had faded into soft pink and blue dusk. Already need water. With a few faint stars beginning to blink overhead.
老月庵上品な名前だね
Lifted her head a little as she read the sign out loud. Changfu Street was full of Shoujo-style buildings, but most were really just... Hold on. Regular Luchellan houses slightly refitted to look the part. All looking the same and lacking any real charm. This place, though, stood apart. Two bamboo lanterns hung beside the dark wooden doors, casting a warm, hazy glow. Ornate lattice windows dotted the grey-blue walls, and through them you could just make out a lotus pond, a waterside pavilion, and the shapes of bamboo and ginkgo swaying in the courtyard.
ここって本当に旅館なんか違う雰囲気だけど
It reminds me of ginkgo is a type of tree.
あれ看板じゃないですか
No shit. I looked where she was pointing and spotted a nail wedged into a crack in the stone, a thin wooden board dangling from it. Clearly, we are not seeing the same thing. A thick layer of dust coated the surface like it had been left there, untouched for ages. Up close, I could barely make out the sloppy brushstrokes laid down with a Shoujo brush pen, lodging this way. It did alright. Good enough for tonight. This really feels like a place you'd see in Okami, or I guess like maybe Genshin if it was made like now. As we pushed the door open, a clear silvery laugh drifted down from somewhere above, tugging lightly at everyone's heart. Oh my god, it's Yaimeko.
老月庵の景色はわらわが心を込めて作り上げたものそれがあの名高い分析員の目には簡素な建物に映るだなんて悲しいわ誰ですか
It's off. Oh, what the fuck is that word? Coquettish? I'm assuming that's coquettish. The coquettish first lingered in the air, brushing faintly against the senses. We looked around, but couldn't pin down where it was coming from. My apologies, I shouldn't have put it that way. Miss Longyan. The moment her name left my lips, the courtyard fell silent. Only the evening breeze whispered through the flowers. After a long pause, a quiet laugh drifted across the yard.
わらわのことを知っているのね面白いわ知り合いなの
I don't. But precisely, before I came here, the only impression I had of the name Longyan was... the fruit.
搾州の友人が手伝ってくれれば私たちの賞賛は大きく跳ね上がるわ
Because Longyan means, like the fruit that looks like a dragon eye. Like long as in dragon and yan as in eye. Do you need me to step in?
あまり顔を見せないちょっとミステリアスな子なのむやみに尋ねるのは失礼だから辛抱強く待つしかないわ
Shows a connection in a discreet manner, and now the fact that she already knew who I was, everything in line with what I had suspected. I mean, the Adjutant is pretty famous, so I would doubt people not knowing him. From what I gathered earlier, Ms. Lanya likely commanded resources far beyond anything a regional conglomerate could muster. As for how I deduced... The gaze drifted across the courtyard again. Moonlit Retreat might appear at first glance to be nothing more than a refined inn, yet a closer look at the details invited awe. The bases of the vermilion pillars were carved from fine white jade. The jagged rocks circling the pond weren't common lake stones at all. They were far smoother, almost warm to the touch. Even the plants that looked plain beneath the moonlight were rare specimens. Black pines, orchids, and other prized varieties. No ordinary innkeeper could afford splendor like this.
まさかこんなありきたりな夜に分析員と知り合えるだなんて。これも何かの縁でしょうから取引でもどうかしら。
Just can't wait until we've settled in. I'm sure you'd agree, Miss Lanya.
わらわとしたことが気が早すぎたみたい。許してちょうだい。
Then mist rose from the lotus pond, unfurling into a pale ribbon of smoke. At its far end, lattice windows lit up at once with a warm, welcoming glow. You guys go on ahead and rest. I still have matters to discuss with her.
わかった。早く帰ってきてね。部長、あのオーナー、なんだか怪しいですよ。ここはやっぱり。
You're suspicious of everyone, Susie. She lowered her voice, her gaze sweeping warily across the courtyard. That's alright. I can tell she means no harm.
わかりました。
Once the girls disappeared down the lantern-lit path, the low-lying mist stirred and drifted toward another, darker walkway.
分析員、どうぞこちらへ。
Following the ribbon of smoke beneath my feet, I noticed a narrow stone path beside the waterside pavilion, easy to overlook at a glance. Potted peonies lined both sides of the walkway. Though no longer in bloom, their strong, arcing stems still held a quiet, regal grace. Okay, I guess we're just skipping through that CG background. Beyond the path lay a quieter, more secluded courtyard. The carved doors of the central room stood half open, spilling a warm sheet of light across the floor.
さあ、気にせず入って。
My voice no longer sounded distant and ethereal as it had earlier. Now it came clearly from within the room, softened by a languid, velvety drawl. As I pushed the door open, the room's opulence washed over me. On either side of the sitting room stood matching sets of tables and chairs carved from rare threeb wood, prized with its faint golden sheen. Rosewood display shelves lined the walls, holding lustrous porcelain, books, and scrolls of calligraphy and art. Most striking of all was the bronze ritual vessel displayed at the heart of the shelves. Its ancient form glimmered with deep green patina, radiating a calm, solemn gravity. I still couldn't see Lanya directly. With 3 layers of beaded curtains and gossamer drapes, I could just make out her silhouette, half reclined in a languid pose upon a chaise lounge. These words, man. Thin coals of smoke drifted from the censer of solid gold beside her. A fresh, distinctive fragrance spread throughout the room, lending the lavish space a softer warmth. This incense has quite a distinctive scent.
これは柚子の葉で作ったお香よ。作集の内容では柚子の葉で厄を払う習わしがあるの。
You're from Shozo.
ええ、行ったことはないけれどね。わらわの先祖は海を渡り歩く商人でね。ここで商いが大きくなったから腰を落ち着けたのだとか。わらわに興味があるのかしら。
Curious isn't the word. I simply prefer to uncover more about the person behind the scenes before I decide to trust them or not.
あら、わらわが顔を見せないから気を悪くしたのかしら。
Either she's hot or ugly.
わらわに裏なんてないわよ。この修練だって容姿に自信がなくてかけているだけ。分析員が 興味を持ってくれるのなら。
Cut the tasseled cord at her side between her fingers and gave it a gentle pull. Strings of jade beads parted like flowing water, chiming softly as they brushed together. So she's hot. What flaws does she have? I don't see any. Like, I don't see any brandings, no birth defects, no scars. What? Huh? She's probably like a perfectionist and somehow managed to find a flaw somehow. Or maybe we have to like look up close to see it. Then as the drapes rose, a wash of pure white and vivid crimson filled my vision. She lifted her fox-like eyes, their corners slightly upturned, light shimmering within them as a faint smile touched her lips. In the blink of an eye, the shadows of nine fox tails unfurled behind her, shifting and wavering in constant graceful motion. Nine-tailed divine fox.
改めて自己紹介するわ。わらわはローエン。ローズラン商会の会長で、承服街とこの老月庵の主でもあるわ。そうそう。ローズランの水上輸送網もすべてわらわの事業よ。分析員にも信じていただけるかしら。
Tell me about the arrangement between you and the Andrade family.
あら、まだ聞いてないのね。でも、意外ではないわ。向こうも、わらわの返事をずっと待っていたのだから。
It added a soft laugh, giving the folding fan a slow, languid shake. At some point, the drifting smoke had slipped away, leaving my view of her clear. The peonium embroidery on the screen behind her caught the light with a soft sheen, lending her presence a stately, regal splendor.
分析員はローズランに来てまだ2日しか経っていないと聞いたわ。街を歩いていて触媒凍結装置を目にしたかしら。
I assume that's like air conditioning. I have. Okay, I guess she's not narrating herself. In essence, this system disperses nanocrystal catalysts into the water to accelerate the formation of ice while directing the excess heat into the heat barrels positioned along the city's perimeter. Disperses nanocrystals in the water.
This 排熱バレルは船で運ばれて十分に熱を吸い切ったら外界へ送られるのよ。
So like a form of heat exchange. Probably a really good form of heat exchange if you can freeze flood water. So intend to use the system to freeze the flood water.
町の水位が6メートルを超えないことが前提よ。それに最大の力を引き出すには3200隻ものゴンドラを投入しなくてはならないの。
So water is displaced when you have a boat in, and in order to lower the water level beforehand, or like while the flood is happening, she will have to remove that many gondolas, you know, with whatever means she intends to use. Her slender fingers slyly toyed with a strand of snow in her... What? With a strand of her snow-white hair. The gesture steeped in quiet allure, yet her eyes held a cold, calculating gleam. This arrangement is between you and the Andrade family. What does that have to do with me?
利益を負うのは商人の本分よ。この計画、商会にとってはなかなかのリスクなのに、アンドレオッチ家が提示した報酬は少しばかり見劣りするの。
If she wants a better deal.
でも、分析員から何かいいものをいただけるのなら、わらわは喜んで協力するわ。船の数だって倍に増やしてあげてもいいのよ。
And what is it that you want?
そうね。
A crease formed between her brows as she touched the fan lightly to her lips. Only after a long reflective pause did she release a soft sigh.
今すぐに思いつくものでもないわ。わらわに一つ借りができたということにしておいてくれる？考えがまとまったら改めて話すわ。
Favor is the hardest step to repay.
でも借り一つで町が救われるのよ。どう考えても割のいい商売だと思わない？それにあなたの隣にいたバラ色の髪のあの子に重複買いをめちゃくちゃにされたの。でも分析員が後で落とし前をつけてくれるのならひとまずは許してあげてもいいわ。
Voice turned suddenly cold, and a sharp flare of anger lit her eyes. Behind her, the shadows of 9 foxtails writhed in a brief, rippling stir. But a moment passed as swiftly as it came, and Long Yang slipped back into her early languid grace. Like she said, if a single flavor can buy Rosen an extra measure of safety, then it is a fair exchange. Alright, I accept. With that, I rose my feet and started walking toward the door. Long Yan paused, clearly surprised. She slipped off the chais? Without bothering to reach for her shoes, her bare feet, pale as carved jade, stepped onto the floor.
あら、もう帰ってしまうの？あなたに特別なお茶を入れて差し上げるつもりだったのに。
You asked for an explanation, and I intend to provide it. And I intend to provide it. That's what it's send it to our room. The footsteps faded into the night beyond the courtyard. Long Yan lingered where she stood, fingers rising lightly to her lips as the soft, lilting laugh escaped her.
噂の大ヒーローって意外と気さくなのね。
Before I even reached the guest rooms, Geisha had already heard my footsteps. She leaned from the doorway, her head poking out.
分析員、こっちこっち。今日は私たち3人が同じ部屋だよ。セシルは隣の部屋。
Bam. As Geisha opened the door for me, a little fox-shaped robot slipped in. This had been hiding in her blind spot earlier, since she clearly hadn't noticed it until now. I just noticed there's like 3 milk teas on its back and a cake. The mechanical fox managed to balance a large tray on top of its... That is not its head. Magnetically locked in place, 4 steaming cups of milk teas. 4? Let me get this. No, it's 3. Huh? Okay, either there's some sort of communication error between either the translation team or the art design team. The specialty Long I mentioned was milk tea. The little fox trundled up to the table, but with no mechanical arms to set the drinks down, its eyes began flashing red as if begging for someone to help it. Lucy hurried over, lifting the cups off the tray one by one before setting them neatly on the table. Only then did the fox seem satisfied, trundling off again.
このロボット、言語システムも搭載されてないの？じいちゃんよりも片落ちだね。
He's gonna be heartbroken when he hears that.
部長、さっきオーナーさんと何を話していたんですか？あれ、分析員さん、トレイにメッセージがありますよ。
Didn't we left the tray with the bot? Yeah, we left the tray on the bot. Marin's lips curved into a smile, her eyes narrowing into cheerful crescents. With that single line, she neatly deflected the question from me. Susie rubbed her nose awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. I took the note from Marianne, written in the same sloppy Shozo-style brushwork. What a words. Ritual Fair Special, classic milk tea. Look at how she is. Her handwriting is a disaster. If I could even read it out loud, I guess I'd already recognize the drinks at a glance.
これ、私の時代のインスタントミルクティー？しかも一番人気のタロイモ味。
What even do we have instant milk tea? Maybe like powder, but I don't know. I don't
イ
drink
ンスタン
milk tea
ト
much.
ミルクティー？
He asked as she took a cautious sip. But her brows knitted almost at once, and an indescribable look crossing her face as she forced herself to swallow. One look at the flimsy paper cup and plastic straw told me it wasn't made with anything good. No wonder Marianne didn't care for it. Acacia, on the other hand, took several delighted gulps before she finally answered.
クリーミングパウダーにお湯を入れてできる飲み物のことだよ。昔は甘すぎて毛嫌いしてたけど、今飲んでみるとなかなかだね。これが格安ミルクティーの魅力だね。
She stretched her arms out and flopped back onto the bed with a contented sigh. Susie, however, hadn't touched the cup. It sat exactly where it had been placed. Susie, you're not having any? You really liked milk tea in the past, didn't you? Handed the cup to her. Her eyes lit up for a moment, and her fingertips trembled as she accepted it.
はい。好きですよ。
She lowered her head, holding the cup with both hands, a little too stiffly. Through the strands of rose-colored hair falling over her face. I saw her bite her lower lip, her breath growing unsteady.
少し眠くなってきたので、先に部屋に戻りますね。皆さんも早く休んでください。
She stood up abruptly, her voice trying to sound steady but fraying at the very end. When the door clicked softly shut behind her, her composure collapsed. She almost fled down the hall into the furthest guest room. She leaned against the cold wall, yet the heat in her face refused to fade. Looking down at the steaming cup in her hands, she found herself smiling before she even realized it. And that smile only grew brighter, wilder, laced with sweetness, and with something feverish and obsessive beneath it.
まだ覚えているんだ。じゃあ彼はまだあの時の彼のままのはずよね。
Have you not realized yet? She kept asking herself the same questions, searching for traces of the man he'd once been. Those questions drifted like feathers and that didn't belong anywhere. He wandered through the long years and finally settled on a snowy day 6 years ago. Back then, Midgard had just survived the descent. Panic and despair spread throughout the city like the plague. Yet none of it ever seemed to touch Susie. Her only regret was that the cafe where she always met her chief was about to close for good. She glanced at the closing permanently notice taped to the window, let out a soft, helpless sigh, and made her way to their usual table, her steps light and quick. She had 2 pieces of good news she could not wait to share with them. First, she had gained her manifestation powers through the Adventist crude medical care that had nearly killed her in the process. Second, she had finally uncovered proof that someone on Yugos's board had been colluding with the Adventists, evidence that could help him clear the biggest obstacle on his path to promotion. But after she sat down and shared both pieces of news, bawling with excitement, the man across from her met her gaze with an exhausted look. Where was he? They're sending me to Mistleton Station soon. Lucy froze. If she slipped up somewhere, had the boy discovered what she'd been doing? The adjutant caught shock in her eyes and offered a faint, reassuring smile. Don't worry, I volunteered.
どうしてですか?
She heard the tremor in her own voice and clutched the hem of her skirt, trying to steady that helplessness rising inside her. There's been a lot these past few days. After the descent, I spent all my time at the stadium organizing the rescue. The scene was devastating. He forced that last word out slowly, as if dragging it from a place he couldn't bear it. The Titan leveled everything. The air reeked of blood, of dust, and even of things burning. For 14 hours straight, I didn't find a single living soul. Any survivors? Can anyone hear me? Please. Do I need to click this? No, I don't. By dusk the next day, I was standing in the ruins, watching the sun dye Midgard blood red. And it struck me. Everything we've been chasing, did any of it even matter? Power, ambition, a seat on the board, all of it felt meaningless in the face of someone like that. Daisy stared at him in shock. She tried to open her mouth, but no sound would come. She couldn't even remember how to shake her head or how to object. Have you heard of someone named Fanny Golden?
ファニー・ゴールデン。バルキリーゲームの競技選手の方でしたっけ？街ではよく彼女の CM が流れてますよね。
Here's the first survivor I saved. No, more accurately, she was the one who saved me. In the early hours of the third day, she answered me with a small cry, fragile yet fiercely alive. I held her in my arms, her warmth, her breath, her heartbeat, all telling me she was alive, that none of it had been for nothing. That's why I chose to work with Tao and go to Mistleton Station. Maybe I won't make it back, maybe I'll die up there, but if I can win even the smallest chance at life for the people who had found the courage to answer me, then I'm willing to risk my own life. As he looked into his eyes, there she saw a light, burning clear, bright, full of hope. A light kindled by Fanny Golden, the very moment he first met her. The moment she proved she was alive. A light strengthened by the courage of every living soul who refused to give up and reached out for his hand. A light that had nothing to do with her. She knew that from that moment on, his heart would hold many people, not just Luna, not just Deruseharu, but belonged to something far greater, the fate of humanity. His steady gaze moved past her, toward the horizon forever out of her reach. And she would be left behind, forgotten the shadows they had once shared. The nights that had once belonged to the two of them would now be memories carried by her alone. Thinking back on a past where she had gone from someone she relied on to someone she left behind, Cersei lowered her head. Rose-colored hair fell in loose disarray across her cheeks, her shoulders trembling uncontrolled. When she felt her tears hit the floor, she jolted back to herself. When her breathing finally steadied, she lifted the milk tea into her lips. Warm liquid slid down her throat, the sweetness blooming across her tongue. So, this is what it feels like to get back something precious we once lost. At that thought, the soft shimmer in her eyes settled, tightening into a small, brightening resolve.
私がソフィーを捕まえてみせます。きっと。
She remembered the words to herself, unaware that every small gesture, every flicker of emotion across her face was being watched. Using Riptide's power, Marianne had already melted into the night, keeping silent watch as planned. The hunters sighting her prey, the cold glint sharpened in her violet eyes. Maybe the milk tea made her a bit too warm and cozy, because not long after flopping onto the bed, Acacia was already growing drowsy. Acacia didn't mention it was non-dairy, so I can't say that it's dairy making her sleepy. It's probably just her digestion system digesting, so blood is diverted from her brain to her digestive system. Lost in her sleepy haze, she didn't even notice when Cersei and Marianne slipped out. When I leaned in to check on her, she looked at her bleary eyes and gave my shirt a small tug.
出撃の前に少し寝てもいい？
Of course. Get some rest. Marianne will let us know if anything comes up. She blinked slowly and, fighting off sleep, pulled a small silver square from beneath her pillow. 何これ
MP3 音楽プレイヤーだよ。部屋で見つけたからあなたと一緒に聞いてみたくて。分析少しの間一緒にいてくれる？
Get on. After I turned off the lights, only a small bedside lamp remained, casting a soft pool of light across the dark room. Acacia tugged at my arm again, motioning for me to come closer. I pulled her into my arms, letting her curl up against my chest.
じゃあイヤホン片方ずつ使おう。
She slipped one wired earbud into my ear and the other into her own. Just like that, the two of us were connected in this weirdly soothing way. A soft, lilting voice filled my ear. A melody woven with faint threads of static, the kind you only hear in old recordings. On the MP3's tiny screen, lyrics scrolled slowly across the dim backlight, as if time itself had begun to slow along with them.
どう？いい曲だと思う？
Nice. I've never owned an MP3 myself, but I see how this would be nostalgic. Why did I say nostalgic? Nostalgic for a lot of people that have used it before. The song looped once, then twice. Just when I thought Acacia had fallen asleep, her soft voice rose again from within my arms.
分析今日はセシルを惑わせるために楽しく遊んでたけど、アーケードゲームも綿菓子もミルクティーも楽しかったすべてがどれも懐かしかった。
The drowsy murmur was barely more than a breath, as if it might slip into my dreams at any moment. Warm tears seeped slowly through my shirt, blooming into a small, damp patch.
もし昔が恋しいって言ったら失望する。
The ground feels nostalgic at times. I'd never be disappointed in you over something like that.
みんなもどうしてだろう。
Because no one can never really go back in time. That's why the past ends up looking even nicer in our memories, and the nicer it seems, the more we miss it.
なんだか罠みたいだね。もし私が罠にはまっちゃったらどうしたらいいの？
Then think about things even nicer than the past, like the person by your side and the future that's yet to come. The looping song kept playing. Acacia's eyelids grew steadily heavier. The only bedside lamp finally went out. The colors of the world seemed to fade with it. Everything turned black and white. The room, the walls, even a faint outline of her own body. So in low-light conditions, the reason why you can't see color is because we, in our eyes, we have two main types of light sensors. We have, the light sensors and the color sensors. The light sensors, to tell us if things are light or dark, how bright a color is or how dark it is. Well, the color ones, let us differentiate between color. And the color ones only work when there's enough light. Without much light, we can only see in black and white because only the light sensors are working. If there truly was a quiet scene between one era and the next, it would probably feel like this. No ties, no love, clean and empty, like a world in black and white. Luckily, Acacia hadn't been alone for a long while. Oh, that's... Okay, that is good design. The red thread of fate had already bound the Adjutant and her together. Worms traveled along that invisible red thread, blooming in her chest, before slowly spreading through her whole body. Acacia closed her eyes and drifted quietly to sleep in an embrace filled with love. So the red string of fate is, like a myth? I don't know what to call it. but it is said that people who are connected, usually lovers, have a invisible red string that connects them together. Time slipped by unnoticed until Marianne's hushed voice sounded through the door.
分析員さん、向こうに動きがありました。
Why did we say I won't? In Chinese, what would we say? I don't know. But we said I won't for some reason. The one of the words left her mouth, Acacia's eyes flew open, instantly alert. And at last, the mist shouting Kung Fu Street was ready to lift. Within her story, August 7. As dawn neared, Kung Fu Street lay quiet. Almost every shop had closed its doors, leaving only the flickering neon signs to paint the alleys in patchy, shifting light. A chill wind whistled through. I got chills right when that sound effect came in. Seeing the rows of red lanterns overhead swaying wildly. The girl with long rose-colored hair hurried forward. Her heels hit the stone pavement without a sound.
こんな夜遅くにどこへ行くおつもりですか?
The wind's cold voice drifted down from the eaves at the mouth of the alley. In the dim light, she looked like a specter. An instant later, she was standing silently in front of Cersei, completely blocking her path. Cersei spun around without a second thought. When she saw Acacia and me on the other side of the street, her eyes widened in shock.
部長。
She said in Japanese and... You're going to plant those sounds and scents, aren't you? Mentioned before that your manifestation ability leads toward mental manipulation. Judging from how the tourists act, this isn't just some illusion, and you need sounds and scents to make it work. So it's mental suggestion, right? You planted the idea in everyone on Chongfu Street that they must stay here until the flood hits. To later plan out, a look of unexpected delight crossed Cersei's face. She then let out a small, unburdened smile.
よかった。部長なら影響を受けないと思っていました。騙してすみませんでした。確かに皆さんが小福街に来たのは予想外のことでした。昨日皆さんに遭遇した時、すでに心理暗示が植え付けられていると勘違いしていました。そのせいで精神崩壊を起こしてしまうのではないかと心配するあまり、現実と反する事実を受け入れられなかったんです。幸い皆さん無事だったんですね。
Tone was lighthearted, so much that it sent chill crawling through his mind. なぜだ?
理由ですか? もちろんソフィーを捕まえるためですよ。
Lydia adjusted her glasses, her voice tinged with puzzlement. While I didn't respond, she went on, explaining gently impatient.
信託の内容を忘れたのですか? ソフィーは罪を洗うだけでなく、信者の魂を導こうとしていました。避難計画のように、住民たちがアルスターの内陸に避難したら、ローズランはソフィーの目標から外れますし、彼女を捕まえられなくなります。
He intends to use people as bait. So residents of Chongfu Street, they're all your bait.
はい。
He nodded, firm and without a moment's hesitation.
ソフィーを彼女の計画通りに動かすためには、これくらいのことをしないとダメなんです。心理暗示がある程度深まってから部長に説明するつもりだったんです。部長、私は証明したいんです。以前のように私を信じて頼っても大丈夫だと。
Rose-colored hair fluttered softly in the wind, strands brushing across her flushed cheeks, and a faint smile flagging at the corner of her lips. And if we fail to stop Sophie, the flood does come? Are we planning to let these people die? There's no math here. She caught the tone of my voice and frowned, doubt flickering across her face.
もちろん考えました。ここにいるのは 高齢者かバルハラに行きたがる巡礼者ばかりです。洪水が来てもどうせ逃げられないか。最初から逃げる気がない人たちばかりです。私は自分の力でノスタルジア展をまるで本当に過去に戻ったかのようなイベントにしたいんです。洪水も降臨弾もタイタンもない、あの楽しかった日々を思い出し、私たちの役にも立つような、いいことだと思いませんか？
Really boy stayed calm from beginning to end. Her gaze was clear and steady, without the faintest hint of guilt. Undo the suggestion you planted into.
なぜですか？
She froze, her voice trembling as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. There's so many ways for us to catch Sophie. This isn't one of them. And you chose the one you never should have. They're living people with the right to make their own choices. They're not tools for you to use to get what you want.
ですが、私は部長の力になりたくて。
You don't need that kind of help, Cersei. A victory built on needless sacrifice means nothing. At my words, Cersei bit down hard on her lower lip until blood welled up. She tasted iron on her tongue as she struggled to hold herself together. The light in her eyes wavered, hope draining away, leaving nothing but disappointment, then despair.
意味がないだなんて。私が何をしてもあなたに見てもらえないというのですか？
That's not what I meant. Cersei slowly lifted her head. She must never looked me in the eye. Most of the time her gaze stayed lowered or drifted somewhere. But now, her pale blue eyes locked onto mine, burning with anger. 6 years of suppressed emotion surged upward all at once.
ソフィーを探し出すためにこんな卑劣な方法しか思いつかなかったのです。あなたとの関係を元に戻したかっただけなんです。それでもダメなんですか？
For her helping all the people, you know, be nostalgic and, you know, revisit the past. In truth, she's the one who wants to go back to the past, and, you know.
世界を救うだとか使命とかそんなのどうでもいい。どうしてあなたは私から離れようとするのですか？
Seriously, calm down.
十分落ち着いています。
Rule 1 of dealing with women, never tell them to calm down. She clutched at the fabric over her chest, spitting out each word through clenched teeth. Tears rolled down her cheeks, then all at once, her legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground like an abandoned ragdoll, as if every last bit of strength had drained from her.
あなたがどんどん遠くへ行ってしまうからなんでいつも遠く私を見てください。
Visible pressure burst outward from Cersei. Her eyes reddened, bloodshot lines spiderwebbing across the whites. Concentration of intelligence spiked violently. Something inside her was starting to break loose. Geisha and Marion recognized it instantly. They both stepped back, putting distance between themselves and the sobbing girl crumpled around. What is it, her Dewas or whatever?
分析員さん、神格侵食です。
Yep.
このままだと精神まで崩壊してしまいます。
Marion stopped observing and stepped in front of me with Keisha without hesitation. Susie clutched her head, her shoulders jerking as stabbing pain shot through her nerves. Susie, stay with me. Rose-colored hair began to float. Even though there was no wind at all, the color at the roots slowly blended into gold, and subtle changes began to appear across her body. In those final moments before she fully transformed into a demiurge, her tear-filled eyes held resentment, sorrow, and a boundless despair.
悩んだだけでなぜ精神が崩れて神格侵食にまで至ってしまうのかな。
Aisha stared at Cersei in disbelief. She had never seen anyone lose themselves or something like this before. What she didn't know was that this torment had been building for 6 long years, fed by a single unbroken lie. For over 2,000 days, Cersei's Dewas, the Pate, The goddess of the sea had been reinforcing the same suggestion inside her head again and again. Someday he will come back to me. She clung to that lie to hold herself together, believing her patience would be rewarded, believing he would eventually turn back to her. But now, that lie had finally shattered. And the moment it collapsed was the moment its price came due. The air grew thick and sticky. Fine cracks spidered across the stone slabs beneath her feet, with rose-colored mist seeping up through them. I drew in a steady breath and stepped forward. Acacia and Marianne exchanged a quick glance. In that instant, they understood exactly what I meant to do. As I moved toward her, her expression twisted even further. Intelligence inside her surged violently, out of control, whipping up an invisible storm through the narrow lanes of Chongfu Street. But the moment it reached me, the storm unraveled, flowing obediently into my body. I crouched beside her, leaned in, and gently pulled her into my arms. She fought me with everything she had, shoving up my chest, desperate to break free of the embrace. Stay still. More and more intelligence poured out of her and flowed into me. Her ragged, frantic breaths gradually settled into a steady, even rhythm. The golden strands in her hair faded back into soft rose, falling in loose, wispy strands. When they brushed against my fingertips, they still carried a faint warmth. Her bangs were damp with sweat, plastered messily across her pale face. She looked completely disheveled. Once the flooding was fully suppressed, some strange seeped back into her limbs, only for her to use all of it trying to push me away. Yeah, I did. But now stabilizing her flooding, the fragmented intelligence spilling out of her flowed into me. And the end of that winter flooded into my mind in vivid detail. Sending me to Mistleton Station soon. Susie, will you come with me? Yeah, Luna was injured during the set, and she might end up losing all her memories. And how do I think she still needs more time before she's ready? There aren't many people left I can trust, so will you join my team and come with me to Mistleton Station? Ran her fingertips along the edge of her chair, trying to hide her embarrassment. Zerda's gaze didn't ignite any resolve in her. If anything, it hit her like a splash of cold water. She remembered the hardships of her time in Upstate. She remembered the grind of her internship, all the time she had to grit her teeth just to get by along with the Adventists. All of it had been for a better life, to satisfy the restless and vicious heart. Not for humanity, and unless a stranger she'd never meet, and for some vague, lofty ideal. Soka. Reluctance must have been too obvious, because the adjutant caught it right away. He didn't blame her or try to talk her into it. He didn't even show the faintest trace of disappointment. He simply gave a faint smile. That's alright. I understand. Everyone walks their own path. Then, before I leave, would you do me one last favor, Sadie? Hannah suggested in me. Look at this. The paper books at the academic Acropolis are important. Here's he flows. You thought it would be some dangerous mission, something to atone for betrayal. But instead, it turned out to be something this small. Yeah, that's it. There's something else I want to give you too. Place a thin letter of recommendation in your hands. The envelope sealed with a red wax stamp. With this letter, you can work under Director Tao word. What symbol is that? Delta? No, not Delta. Beta? No, not Beta. Omega? Oh, it's not Omega. What symbol is this? I became a full-fledged Jigsaw employee again. I'm sorry for deciding for you before you even asking for your opinion. But the truth is, they focus on technical work, which means far less internal politics. It's a place where your abilities can truly shine, and where your way up will be much easier. Shirley stared blankly at the recommendation letter, the color slowly draining from her face. So, he knew she wouldn't go to Mistleton Station with him even before he asked. He was fighting for the future of all humanity while she had only been thinking of climbing up higher. She'd already paved the path for her, and she didn't even have the courage to stand with him and face what was ahead.
ありがとうございます。
She had so much she wanted to say, but in the end of her own cowardice, reduced everything to just two cold, empty words. In the end, she clutched the letter, shot to her feet, and ran from a tiny pocket of warmth against the snow. In that single moment of running away, it ended up sending her into 6 long years of emptiness. So, it was guilt that made you care so much about being needed by me?
今さらそんなことを言っても何の意味もありません。どうせ許してくれませんよね。
She lifted her head, staring at the hand I held out to her. Her tear-reddened eyes clouded with confusion.
これは
You're not going to miss the decision back then. That wasn't your fault, and wanting a better future for yourself was never wrong to begin with. If I'd known all this was weighing on you, I would have pulled you out of that darkness myself. But it's not too late, so if you're willing, we can still set things right on Shofu Strait. You're much kinder and stronger than you think, and a lot closer to me than you realize. So, would you like to try standing with me this time? My hand hovered in the air. She didn't answer for a long while, only staring at it, dazed. It was such a short distance when she could close with a single motion, yet something heavy still held her back. I'm gonna guess Sophie or something is gonna come into the fray pretty soon, like within the next few dialogues. Bring a switch, she reached out a fraction, then recalled in fear.
私でいいんですか?
Of course you can. After a long silence, Cersei finally reached out. She raised her arm slowly, letting her fingertips rest on my palm, trembling with hesitation. Beside us, Acacia and Marianne shared a relieved glance, letting out quiet breaths in unison. I closed my hand around hers and helped her to her feet, but then the first light of dawn had spilled over Chengfu Street, gently drying the last of her tears. I guess not. Alright, first we need to break the suggestion planted residents and evacuate them inland. Cersei rubbed her eyes, sore from crying, then shook her head with a weary sigh.
心理暗示を植え付けられたら最後、私が直接解くことはできなくなります。
Oh, fuck your ability then.
暗示の刷り込みに成功したということは、暗示を受け入れたということです。ですので、暗示を受けた人が自ら暗示を疑うようにならないと解けません。もともと過去を懐かしませる暗示であり、かつアポカリプス能力による刷り込みなので、普通の人が抵抗できるとは思えません。
Voice faded away, she lowered her head in guilt, letting her lower lip again into the blood. Is there really nothing we can do?
あるにはあります。暗示を受け入れた人々の潜在意識はつながっていて、網のようになっています。簡単に言うと、集団暗示は鎖のように一人一人とつながっているのです。
So if even one link breaks, the whole chain would start to loosen. Susie nodded softly, confirming my assumption.
ですが、私の暗示は最初から皆さんに聞いていませんでした。つまり皆さんは潜在意識の網に入る条件を満たしていなかったということです。
Actually...
アカシアさんなら可能性があるかもしれません。
Yeah, that's what I thought. When Susie looked her away, Acacia blinked. Then a look of, I see, surfaced.
それって私がまだ過去を懐かしんでいるから？
はい。あなたが自主的に暗示を受け入れたら、潜在意識の網に割り込めるかもしれません。
In that case, it's just you planted in me about the paper books that the academic had proclaimed.
はい。あの時も部長が自分に言い聞かせて信じようとしたから、私の暗示が成功したんです。 大したリスクはなさそうだね。じゃあ、そのプランで行こう。
Vision nodded like it was nothing. Susie, however, frowned again, worry creeping back into her face.
ですが、鎖の一部になったら簡単には逃げ出せなくなります。まあ、そうは言っても、みんなを助けるにはこれしかないでしょ。分析員、私は自分に自信があるの。だから試させてよ。
Got me a playful wink, her eyes sprinkling with a smile.
あなたも私を信じてくれるよね。
I do. To be safe, I'll enter your mind and help you break free from this suggestion.
はい、私もその方がいいと思います。
What's it so hard for me to say suggestion today? Like, that worked? Like, I don't
安
know.
心してください、分析員さん。その間、あなたとアカシアさんをちゃんと守り抜いてみせますから。
As Cersei listened, the ruin on her face only deepened.
そんなこと無理よ。それじゃあ始めよっか。住民救出大作戦。
In Japanese, she said, residential rescue. Rescue the residents.
ところで、
Something like that.
どこまで行ったら暗示を破ったことになるの？何か特別な感じになるの？明確にそこから出ようと考えられれば出られるはずです。了解。分析員が私の心象風景に入った後、セシルの暗示を受けてなんとか網に入ってみるよ。
Alright, let's begin. Hearing that, Akeisha let her body relax and manifested her inner mind. Shizzy's hypnotic whisper drifted into our ears, each word slowly sinking into my subconscious.
ここはあなたの懐かしき過去。洪水が来るまであなたはここから離れようと思いません。ずっとここにいて楽しく遊びましょう。
The scene around me grew hazy, and tranquil streets slowly faded from view. It's like my consciousness sank, dropping into the depths of Acacia's inner mind. I believe the next is a combat mission. After this, we're gonna... It's Val 2, never fucking mind. Let's do some mini games because I have talked for a while and I wanna not talk for a while. So if we have heartfelt messages, I wonder what this is. Oh no, I don't want to read more. Okay, let's come back to this later. Okay. Is there something we can do around here? Because these are all stories. Okay, let's come back here later. I'm like sort of out of breath. Oh. Okay. Mini games. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, it's just one of those combat missions where you choose your own buffs. Okay. I'm sorry I'm not talking, I'm just kinda tired. What is this? Universal Protocol. So all the stuff you get seem to just feed back into this mode. It doesn't really... You know what I mean? I mean, you get this. Actually, you know what? A while ago, when you logged in... Oh, I can check the calendar. Where do I access the calendar? Right, we have trials, hold on. Here's a calendar. Wait, so 12. How many days ago is that? About 9 days ago. Once you logged in, you get Marian's new form for free, which I believe we can trial. Yeah, Aquila. Marian Aquila is her new form. I don't know how she works yet, so let's check her out. We just get Acacia. Oof.
もう我慢する必要はありません。お好きに暴れてください、旦那様。少し待っ、牙がターゲットを捉えました。
What does that do?
そろそろこの茶番を終わらせましょう。
It's charged, but what does that do? I think I get it. Yeah, I don't know if this counts as an auxiliary unit or not. But you just gotta shoot it to deal damage. So this is great for if you have, let's say, a bunch of enemies, and instead of shooting at them one by one, if I can shoot them, like that, you can just shoot this instead, and I'll hit the enemies in range. One problem is that shooting the summon doesn't charge your energy gauge. You have to shoot the enemies to charge your energy gauge, so she's not that good. Let's charge her ult. Let's see what it does. So it's a nuke, okay. Okay, he's sucking you. Yeah, she's not that good. Her outfit looks okay though. He pushed us into the extract, okay. Very tame outro. Yeah, she's not meant to be good, guys. I'm sorry. Like after they did like Nita Pulse and Freefin, like even Haru's better than her, I would say. And Haru was pretty jank. Claim all of those because we already done those before. Miracle is off a trial. If you buy her bundle, you get her outfit, new voiceovers, new animations, new skill effects, and new interactable scene. If you do, spend money on the game. Okay, let's check her new stuff out. Yeah, that looks different. Does it go to where you point, or does it come to you? It goes to where you point, okay. Where's the energy box? There it is. Let's see what our ult looks like. Yeah, that's okay. It looks cooler. Like at least the end effect looks cooler on the ground. Residual effect, not the end effect. Yeah, about the same jiggle physics. There's more because there's fabric. It's still really tame. even on the paint skin. Anything else? You can go look at the store. Because, you know, the bundle we saw earlier. It is a Pure Love Vow bundle. Pure Love Plumage. But it's a pure white dancing through the air, guiding me into your waiting arms, darling. This is where love lands at last, a nest warm enough to melt ice and snow. Glaze of vows, a symbol of beauty and everlasting love, just like the promise the girl made at the very start. The Arctic scene, Covenant of Soulbind. So, you know, is it like a cathedral? I think so. There's no extravagant decor, nor any tedious rituals. What she longs for is the ceremony for just the two of them. But she can surrender herself completely to him, leaving all titles behind and existing only in her own name. I'm gonna remove all these notifications. What else? I'm thinking if I should like go get food. That way I could like catch my breath, kind of. I'll do that later. He's ready.
ちゃんとご飯を食べて。
I don't know what Chanto means, but there's something about eating food. I reply to emails life. I'm turning down endorsement offers. I never accepted any, but these emails have been flooding in since the day I won this championship. I don't believe people are still clinging to that title even now. I'm curious, what kinds of products do you get asked to endorse? Air conditioners, refrigerators, ice makers, even a snow park. They say I have the right vibe for it. I guess she's, you know, white hair. It's not at all. Eh? I mean, someone as gentle as you shouldn't be endorsing cold, lifeless products like those. It's fine, I don't care how others see me. My gentleness is meant for you, my darling. Next we have... Okay, she's in here. I believe it is friendship cutscene dialogue thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's a friendship story, affinity story, stored memory. B12. I confirmed as I checked the room card on my bag once again. Should be right here. I received an initial request while collecting my track meeting. Oh, that young miss forgot to pick up her clothes again. Okay. I'm so dumb. Oh, that young miss forgot to pick up her clothes again. Could you please take them to her on your way? Given the staff's attitude, this is hardly the first time this young miss hadn't collected her track meeting. I decided to go knock on her door and see what was going on. Huh? Come in. Oh, okay. We haven't seen her room yet. Because I don't remember an aquarium. It's kind of like Warframe when you think about it. With an aquarium, there's no fish in it. I don't think. Yeah, I can tell this is an aquarium because the water level's here. Some tanks, some containers here, lights. It's a low-hanging light. Can't really tell what that is. Cushion. Would you like? It's a seat cushion kind. I can't tell what this is. I really like this area though. I was gonna say this looks like an area for aquaponics, but it's not that. I mean, it could be for aquaponics, but I don't see water coming down. And there would need to be a cycle for the water here to go up back here. That's a cactus. Can't really tell what the rest are. I believe these are like self-contained terrariums. I'm not sure. Yeah, I really like her room. Like, if I had my own room, like, if I had money, this would probably be, you know, what it looks like. I pushed open the door marked B12, and a girl leaned out from behind a monitor. Several unkempt locks of hair revealed that she'd been stressing over something. So it was serious, after all. Eh, Punsakin? What's the matter? Here, your clothes. You had dry clean. Ah, come in, I forgot to drop them again. Thank you kindly, Punsakin. Sirius walked over and collected her dry cleaning bag and took a can of soda from the fridge and handed it to me. She has a fridge. I opened the soda and took a drink. An intense spice filled my mouth, and I couldn't help but cough. What kind of crazy soda was that? Was it like Dr. Pepper? Punsakin? Don't worry about me. What are you up to? I guess I'll change the topic to ease my embarrassment. Before I'd come, she seemed to have been working on something on her personal terminal. I'm sorting my memories. Memories in your terminal? Yeah, I don't have a very good memory, and I'm always afraid of forgetting things. So I often take voice recordings and photos to record my memories in the terminal. I was thought she was referencing that some photo apps in phones have are called like my memories or something. I forgot like which phone. I'm assuming it's iPhone, like older iPhones. Thinks she was smiling as she explained herself. I remember Caroline mentioning something about a girl with amnesia. I got the feeling her amnesia was a lot worse than an ordinary bad memory. Blackout memory sounds like a lot of work. It's not too bad. It only takes about half an hour a day. You do it every day. Yeah, I don't want to forget anything after all, so I note down whatever I can. She just opened a folder named Memory Storage, and all sorts of subfolders popped up on the screen, all named after different things, people, and places. That's a lot. I wonder how to find. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she sorted them out. She could probably search by keywords or something. Yeah. It's okay, I've organized them all by time and importance, so it's actually quite easy to find things. She just showed off the search index she made for each folder excitedly. This was showing off a piece of art she was proud of. The file classification system was really astoundingly detailed. Aw man, I've gotten carried away. I'm truly sorry for taking up your time, Adjutant. Just have one small request. Could I take a photo of you, Adjutant, for the event file? Sure, go ahead. Hold up dry cleaning clothes and try to find a cool pose, seeing as it was my first time being photographed like this. I thought my expression became a little tense. What's even more curious was Sirius's attitude. When it came to me, she was seemingly... Alright, that would do. As I watched Sirius import a photo of me dancing around with the dry cleaning bag into her terminal and begin editing the tags on it, I suddenly came across a very interesting folder. The folder named Seal was positioned on the bottom of the screen and seemed to contain a large number of files. What's this folder? Oh, there are a lot of things that I end up forgetting. Even if I look at these backups, I still find them hard to recall. I should have personally experienced everything written in these backups, yet it doesn't feel real at all. It's like I'm seeing it from someone else's perspective, not different from a book or movie. Those sorts of memories don't feel real, are basically lost. There's nothing I can do but see them up somewhere, and that one day I'll truly remember. Saying that, Sirius unshrugged her shoulders helplessly and smiled. She continued reorganizing her other memories. It seemed like those forgotten memories were like old stories of her, events completely unrelated to who she was. Interesting. I didn't know that about Sirius. I didn't know about her memory problems, but now I know. You haven't met her in the main story after all. We've only seen her in events. Up until this point. Well, you know, to us. I'm gonna go see if I have some food because I need to catch my breath. I was like constantly out of breath even mid that bit of story, so I'll be right back. Hopefully I have some food around. I mean, I do have some food around, but you know. Like, I mean, like, food, not like snack food. Like, my headset was also, like, weighing on my head. Don't know if I mentioned it before, but my, with the current headset I'm using, it's better audio, but it's not as comfortable as the Fantech Visage I had before. That was, like, years ago, though. Okay, we're back. I don't know how much more I can read. I've caught my breath, but what are the odds of me being able to do more? Man, file 2. Okay, let's see how much do I have. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. We started off at like 6 today. Can do that. I don't think we can finish today. Oh man, file 2. Whew. And look at the edge of the screen. Once that sticky, heavy feeling faded, I opened my eyes. The world slowly sharpened into focus. The stone path, the 24 arch bridges, the tiered eaves, the archway hung with red lanterns, every detail made it clear where I was. Keisha's inner mind was full of drifting memories, but since the scene was still Chongfu Street, it was probably only skimming the surface of her consciousness. Yeah, so since we don't have the memories, we can't have things to associate, to see what she's actually seeing. We only have like a sort of point of reference, which is Chongfu Street. A few steps in, I already noticed something was off. Everything looked just a little too perfect. The sunlight was bright and warm, and soft, carefree atmosphere hung over every corner. The girl at the newsstand had fished out a few more old manga and was happily setting them out on display. A couple of hard candies clinked as they were poured into glass jars, gleaming invitingly in the window. People had even set out wicker chairs and tables along streets, and small groups were already sitting down to play mahjong. Everything here felt naturally idyllic. It looked like Acacia's consciousness had successfully slipped into subconscious network, sorry. I was still trying to figure out how to find Acacia's projected self when a sudden announcement crackled from the PA system overhead. That unmistakable old time static buzzed through the air. The Central Plaza. There's a hint from Acacia's subconscious. I should check it out. After the announcement, I headed for the Central Plaza. A sizable crowd had already gathered to watch the event. At the center, several large work benches had been set up, and contestants were fully absorbed in building and tuning their mini 4WD cars. Acacia, or rather, the version of her in this memory, was standing in front of the sign of poster, studying it closely. When she noticed me, she didn't question it, as my sudden appearance was completely natural.
分析来てくれたんだ。
What are you looking at?
ミニレーサーのレースだよ。
What's a mini 4WD?
ミニレーサーの模型だよ。昔は自分のミニレーサーを組み立てて速さを競うのが流行ってたんだよ。
4WD stands for forward drive. She explained with genuine enthusiasm, as nostalgic excitement shining in her eyes. She never mentioned joining the race herself. She only watched the contestants from a distance, her gaze tinged with envy and longing. Do you want to join, Acacia?
実は私、組み立てられないんだ。
You know, I saw you were good with fencing from back then.
あの時は遊んでくれる人がいなかったから、一人でやっても面白くないでしょ。
You had a soft, resigned sign shrug. Sure, she was interested, but she never tried it. If I didn't give her the kind of joy she never got to have back then, maybe she'll realize something's off and notice the suggestion at working. With that in mind, I turned to her and pointed at the poster. Let's sign up!
でも、分析員もやり方がわからないよね。
Well, we won't know until we try. And just like that, I led Acacia over to the pit area. After we signed up, a staff member quickly set us up with a workbench. Trace of the spread of parts laid out on the table, Acacia was clearly at a loss. She scratched her head, grabbed the manual, and flipped through it.
ミニレーサーのアニメを3回も見て、説明書を読んでもわからないんだ。
Even if we build it exactly like the manual says, it'll end up just like everyone else's. Don't give us much of a shot at winning. Better let me handle the assembly. I picked up the chassis and looked it over. If you want speed, we need a hand-wound motor. Acacia, hand me the file and the nippers.
なんで分析員の方が詳しいの？やったことないんだよね。
basics of mechanical modding from Freddy and Haru. This is pretty easy for me. Don't just stand there. You're the one entering the race after all. I don't think a hand-wide motor would be faster. They, like, initially, yeah, but after traveling for a while, it's, you know, it loses momentum because of friction. I slip the white body shell and a thick stack of decals toward her. Your favorite part, visual design.
塗装なんて不要だよ。ステッカーを貼るだけだから。
And also, you usually don't want stickers because it adds weight, unless it's over certain parts that you know, have like high resistance because it's like rough or damaged or something. It's better grumbling, or it also to like help with weight balancing, but you usually don't need stickers for weight balancing. Despite her grumbling, Keisha was already humming a cheerful tune as she grabbed the tweezers and got to work. Every now and then, she tilted her head to peek at what I was doing, and then leaned over to talk her through her part. Time seemed to slow. The noise around us faded, leaving only the soft clicks of metal and the steady rhythm of our beating hearts. Try finger. Once I finished with the motor, I paused, thinking it over.
どうしたの?
Bearings aren't running smoothly enough. I need to tune them a bit more. While I rummaged through the parts, Keisha finished adding her own tweak to the design. On the blue and white body, she carefully blended chibi versions of her faces on the back of the card.
完成。音速号って名前にしよっかな。
Get it? Blue and white, Sonic. I'm thinking about the bearings because I guess bearings you can kind of calibrate them to a degree, but it's annoying. She probably shook the body shell in her hand like she was showing off to some masterpiece. Couldn't help laughing at how cute she looked, and she smiled back, her eyes curling into little crescents. Alright, time for the final assembly. We finished putting Speed Sonic together just as the PA called everyone to the starting line. The racers scattered at the front, carefully placing their mini 40 BDs on the track, all of them itching to begin.
分析。緊張してるの?
I turned around, Akeisha had somehow gotten herself a pair of goggles and pulled them on. They made her look ridiculous and adorable all at once. What are you wearing on your head?
知らないでしょ。ゴーグルは漫画の主人公の基本装備なんだ。これがあれば、きっと優勝できる。
She carefully adjusted the goggles, then put on a serious face as she waited for the start.
選手の皆様は位置についてください。まもなくカウントダウンに入ります。10、9、8。
It's counted to 7 and it started? Okay. When the sign gun went off, the colorful mini 40 BDs shot forward like arrows, and Akeisha bolted right after them. Okay, I guess that's just empty. People were already staring at her, but for Keisha, that still wasn't dramatic enough. Seeing everyone still frozen in place, she kept sprinting after Speed Sonic while shouting at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing across the track.
何ぼーっとしてるの。己がマシンと魂を重ね、最後の瞬間まで駆け抜けてこそ、絆の力が解放されるんだ。
Easy and over top of Ursa's speech was, it somehow fired everyone up. Ursa blinked in confusion, then cheered and took off after the cars. It was a little embarrassing, sure, but with Akeisha watching me with those hopeful lines, how could I not run with her? Speed Sonic held steady on the track, leaving the other cars in the dust. Keisha's brisk run turned into an excited little skip, her whole body buzzing with energy.
勝った。もう勝ったでしょ。
Don't start celebrating yet, Acacia. The last stretch is where the race is really decided. Sure enough, right after I said that, the purple mini vertebrae shot up along the side and cut in front of Speed Sonic. A pair of spinning blades popped up from the back as it slowed, drifting closer to our car.
嘘。
Keep track like that? Do you really think that'll work on us? Speed Sonic tilted sharply and shot up onto the wall of the track, skimming along it to overtake the purple car in one thing move.
すごいよ。分析。
After clearing the hairpin turns and ramps, while the cars finally reach the last straightaway. Alright, Acacia, time to show you the secret weapon I built into the car.
まだあるの？
Jet of air bursts on a speed sonic tails as blast sent the car spinning. It took itself into a stunning tornado that raced down the track.
その技は音速トルネード。
Sure. Speed Sonic kept getting speed to keep up with the blue and white streak, so Acacia left the other racers far behind. The wind roared past her ears, and she suddenly saw that the only one still had... What? She saw that the only one still ahead of her was the Adjutant. Just the sight of him sent her heart racing. The noise faded. The track blurred. The crowd blurred. Everything else stopped mattering. The only thing that came into focus was the Adjutant. Without thinking, Acacia reached out for him, the only person who always brought her warmth and joy. Just as something planted deep inside her mind began to slip loose. He slammed into my back and bounced off, landing on the ground hard. Rubbing her head, she looked up at me with a little pat.
もう分析急に止まらないでよ。
Quickly turned and pulled her to her feet and drew her into my arms. Then I stopped because Speed Sonic has already crossed the finish line. I got first place.
本当に？
Her froze her heartbeat, then leaped into the air. My eyes sparkling with excitement. Fucking hell. My eyes sparkling with excitement. Nearby event staff member hurried over, grinning from ear to ear.
優勝おめでとうございます。商品は特製記念はがきです。え、はがきだけ？はい、そうです。
Face of Acacia's disappointed look, the staffer could only scratch her head and give an awkward smile.
まあ、ないよりはマシか。そのはがきはどこでもらえるの？あそこの時空郵便局でお受け取りください。
He put it on a green building just a few steps from the plaza.
分析員、行ってみる？
It's not far anyway, might as well. We're about to take a few steps when the staffer called after us again.
せっかくなので、先ほどお二人が組み立てたミニレーサーも差し上げますね。
After putting Speed Sonic safely away, Acacia and I headed toward the time capsule post office. I kept an eye on her all along the way, but even with the race over, she didn't show the slightest sign of wanting to leave. As Exergy said, breaking free from that planet's suggestion is gonna take some patience. Still turning that over in my head, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Maybe it's because post offices don't exist anymore in our era, but stepping inside one felt strangely new to me. Two large mailboxes stood by the entrance, one red, one green. Behind a service counter, an open space held rows of postcard displays. I was still deciding which postcard to take as our prize when Acacia slipped up beside me, mischief glimmering in her eyes.
分析員、ここがなんで時空郵便局って呼ばれてるのかわかる？
Seeing I had no idea, her brows arched slightly, and she gave me a smug little smile.
正解は未来の自分に手紙を送れるからだよ。送りたい日付を書くと、その日に自分が当時書いた手紙が届くんだ。はがきをもらったけど、持っていても仕方がないから、これを未来に送ろうよ。
Io? So what are you planning to tell your future self?
教えない。
You threw away the She threw it away toward the postcard racks. After browsing for a while, she finally settled on a scenic shot of Changfu Street. With a pen in hand, she tilted her head and tried to think. Even after tapping the pen against her lips a dozen times, the dark stayed blank. Her golden eyes stalked it left and right as she thought, rolling in little circles before she finally lit up with an idea.
自分に何を書けばいいかわかんないや。ねえ、送る相手を変えてみない？私は未来の分析員に手紙を送るから、分析員は未来の私に送ってよ。
Yeah, we'll stop then. Even though this is only her inner mind rather than reality, I still wrote what I generally wanted to say. I must have written too fast because her little protest came right away.
分析員、もうちょっと真剣に考えてよ。
Oh, I took it very seriously. I've been thinking about what I wanted to tell you for a long time, so the wish just came out naturally. A brush crept up at the tips of her ears, and slowly washed across her cheeks like water going. She looked as if she was expecting a confession.
ずっと考えていた。じゃあ、今の私にも教えてくれる？
Nah. This is a letter for the future. Only in the future in case she gets to open it. In that instant, something inside her seemed to crack softly. A strange, inexplicable longing welled up in her chest.
未来に行ってみたいな。
Can you do it? As the thought took shape, I dropped a postcard into the mailbox. With the soft ruffle of paper landing inside, the world around us began to ripple. Colors, the warm sunlight, cheerful crowd, everything blurred and dissolved. When my senses finally settled, I found myself standing on a completely different street. Is this a new memory drift? The place was eerily empty. Trash littered the ground, and every gust of wind kicked up a veil of dust. That sounded like a prison cell gate. Far ahead, a digital billboard flickered with the news broadcast. In the lower right corner, confirmed Jufosis cases, highlighted in harsh red, toggled upward by a second. Even from the news ticker, this had to be sometime between 2027 and 2030 when Jufosis went global and everything fell apart. If I was right, this was a much deeper layer of Acacia's consciousness, where Cersei's suggestion would take an even stronger hold. The farther I walked, the bleaker it got. Most of the shop windows lining the street were shattered. The pharmacies were in even worse shape. Shelves toppled and supplies scattered everywhere. Just as I wondered which way to go, a minor shop caught my eye. Maybe because nothing inside was worth looting, it hadn't taken much damage. Pushed the door open, a faint smell of ink drifted out. Sunlight slanted through the beige curtains, leaving the room in a soft golden light. I walked between row after row of shelves, not another soul in sight. The place was so quiet that the only sound was my own footsteps. As my eyes trailed along the spines of manga volumes, a familiar title stood out. Instinctively, I reached out and pulled the volume off from the shelf. The moment the book slipped free from the shelf, a pair of beautiful eyes appeared in the gap behind it. Acacia's lips parted slightly, her lashes trembling, startled by my sudden appearance. In this memory, we hadn't met. She had no way of recognizing me. If she doesn't know me yet, how am I supposed to make her want to leave the old era behind? But I was still turning that over in my mind. She pulled a manga volume from the shelf, hugged it to her chest, and walked over to a small table by the window in the corner. I followed and sat down across from her. He looked at me, startled. They quickly dropped their gaze and began flipping through the manga. But I could tell she wasn't actually reading. Every few seconds, she'd still under to glance at me from the corner of her eyes, curiosity written all over her face. The shop was so quiet that the only sound was the occasional whistle of a page turning. After a long while, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer.
ねえ、その漫画面白い。
When one of the words left her mouth, she panicked and scrambled to explain herself.
ごめん、邪魔したいわけじゃないんだ。ここはずいぶん前から誰も来ない場所だから。それにあなたを見ているとどこか懐かしくなるんだ。我慢できずに話しかけてしまった。その漫画が好きなら私と思考が合うね。
Her voice grew louder and louder. No, not louder. Her voice grew lower and lower until the last few words were barely more than a mutter. Yeah, it's great. I really like it. In answer, her eyes brightened. A soft smile spread across her face.
本当？どこが面白いとかある？
Before I could reply, her expression dimmed, the excitement slowly draining from her eyes.
この作者、もう続き書かないのかな？はあ、このご時世じゃあまり期待できないね。
Oh, we can say it'll get better in the future, and she'll want to go to that future. I guess that's what they're saying, something along those lines. Actually, the series picks up again in 2058. I already read the thing. Keisha scoffed, the corner of her mouth twitching.
へえ、あなたも中二病なの？じゃああなたの能力は何？時空旅行？それとも未来予知とか？
Given the situation right now, I'd say time travel sounds about right. She raised an eyebrow, diagnosing my condition with a suspicious look.
じゃあ、この漫画の最終回を教えてよ。
You sure you want spoilers? Alright then. The ninja who threw the world into chaos meets someone who lights up his life like the sun in the new era. The two of them lived happily ever after.
それだけ？
That's it.
そんな幸せな結末だなんて。いや、そんな簡単に信じらんない。なんか薄っぺらすぎるし。
That she shot me a powder and looked away, refusing to talk to me anymore. A few minutes later, her soft, sweet voice drifted out again. Half to herself, how like she hoped I would hear.
でも、確かにいい結末かもしれないね。
Wrong animation.
2058年の生活が幸せだから、作者はそんな話が書けたのかもね。私も未来を見に行けたらいいのに。
Yep. Wouldn't that scare you? Jumping into a completely unfamiliar era just to see the ending of a manga.
そう言われると、確かに怖いかも。ああ、ダメダメ。起きるはずのないことを話しても意味ないって。
Her eyes dropped to her arms out of reflex. A small patch of crystal jutted from her skin, glowing faintly blue. It was the mark Death had left on her, the sign of the Juvosa she couldn't escape. No matter what the future held, it was a future she would never reach. She didn't know how long she stayed lost in that daze before she finally blinked and came back to herself. When she looked up, the seat across from her was empty.
行っちゃった。
A hollow ache opened quietly in her chest. In times as chaotic as these, it had been so long since anyone had simply sat down and talked with her. Everyone else was too busy trying to survive. Any spare moment they had went into scraping together money for more doses of treatment or, something else. Not chatting with strangers. She lowered her gaze, caught somewhere between disappointment and a sinking feeling that she was being ridiculous. It was just some stranger they'd only talked for a few moments. He was a total junior on top of that. So, why did it hurt this much?
でも、彼もあの漫画が好きなんだ。じゃあ私たち、仲間だよね。
You're still lost in time when 2 cups of instant noodles sit onto the table in front of her. Hungry? Want to eat together? Her first instinct was to refuse, but when she saw the label, she froze. Tonkatsu, her favorite. Just imagining their rich, savory broth was enough to make her cave in.
でも、こういう店でラーメンを食べるのは、ちょっとまずいんじゃない？
No one's coming in anyway.
それもそっか。
She nodded, a little deflated. If this place had held anything worth taking, it wouldn't still be intact. As soon as the hot water hit the cup, the aroma filled the little room. The 2 of us sat at the small table in the corner and started slurping. I'm gonna slurp, and I hope the mic is gonna pick it up. I hope that mic picked it up. Seriously, are you trying to outslurp me?
そんなことない。美味しく食べてるだけだよ。
Sunlight pulled across the table, over the rising sea, and across the flame pushing warming over sheet. For a moment, Keisha felt genuinely happy. She wasn't a special forces operative fighting to survive. She was just an ordinary girl in a manga shop, sharing cup noodles with someone who made the world feel a little less cold. And for the first time, in a very long time, she felt connected to a world that was otherwise falling apart. Just as she finished the last sip of broth with a small satisfied burp, her terminal buzzed.
直ちに実験室へ来てください。新しい進展がありました。
Her heart sank at once. She finally met someone who made her feel less alone, and now they were about to go their separate ways.
そろそろ行かないと。また、会えるかな。
The moment the words slipped out, he felt her face burn out. But she forced herself to meet his eyes, waiting, hoping for an answer. I doubt it. Not in this era, at least.
そう。
You could come find me. We can read manga together, eat cup noodles, play games. You can even become a game dev. I'll become your personal tester and we... Acacia was pretty sure her brain had short-circuited. It was the only explanation for why every word out of his mouth sounded painfully tempting. None of it felt realistic, yet she wanted to believe him all the same.
じゃあ、どこに行けば、あなたに会えるの？
I'll be waiting for you in the future.
忠義っぽい冗談言わないでよ。
本当だ. Acacia. Hearing him say her name so clearly, so accurately, made her freeze. A thought flickered through her mind. It was too good for her to believe, even for a second. He knew her name. He knew her favorite manga. He knew she liked tonkatsu cup noodles. If he really was from her future, did that mean she survived? And that person sitting across from her, was he the one who would someday find the one who would bring her happiness in the future? Hope surged up so fast, her nose stung and her eyes went red. Her voice trembled, thin and unsteady with the tears she struggled to hold back.
ねえ、指切りしてくれる？未来で私を待ってるって。あと、さっき言ってた、ゲームを作るとか、テスターになってくれるとか。
約束だよ. Their pinkies hooked together. Geisha held on for a long, long time, reluctant to let go. She was terrified that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish. The future with him in it would vanish too. But the terminal kept buzzing again and again, each vibration sharper and more insistent. In the end, she slowly let go of his pinky and gave him a small and trembling smile. Her eyes still bred with tears.
未来で待っててね。すぐに走っていくから。
And it's this background again. With that, she turned and pushed open the manga shop's door. Warm, bright sunlight spilled in, wrapping her in its glow. She drew in a deep breath, wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and stepped outside. Oh man, I'm this close to crying. I'm tearing up so bad right now. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back in like half a minute. Whew. let's continue. We have basic Acacia, so it's probably not going to be any, hard combat. I'm guessing it's her making her way to, like, wherever that lab was. Oh, or not.
あれ、ここはさっき分析員と一緒にいたはずなのに変だな。鎖の存在は意識できているのになんでここに残ってるんだろう。
テストは合格です、アカシアさん。これよりあなたにはアポカリプス計画の被験者となっていただきます。
言い方を変えれば私は生き延びられるってことなの？
そうと決まったわけではないですが、その可能性は大いにあります。
じゃあ私は今何をしたらいい？
手術を受けてもらいます。その後実験計画通り模擬トレーニングをいくつか受けてもらう予定です。その表情は嫌なのですか？
そんなわけないでしょ。この時をどれだけ待ってたことか。やっと未来を見に行けるようになったのだから。さっき見たのは被験者になったばかりの頃の記憶。その希望に支えられて私は実験前期の目標を全て達成できた。模擬トレーニングのために全力を尽くしていた。だからこそセシルの心理暗示。あなたは時間から忘れ去られる。私は誰よりも明日を待ち望んでいるし、この悲しみにあふれた時代は好きじゃない。じゃあ私が今もここにいる理由って一体何だろう。面倒。
アカシアさん、これからあなたに協力してもらう特殊な実験があります。
You say it like she hasn't
嘘はや
cooperated
めて。
before.
私を処理するんでしょ。
嘘って何か聞いたのですか？
顔に書いてある。他の選択肢は私は死ぬの？
死にはしません。ただあなたたちを睡眠カプセルに入れるだけです。プロジェクトが再開した時すぐにあなたたちを目覚めさせると約束します。その日はそう遠くありません。
But that never happened.
すぐってどれくらい？1ヶ月それとも1年？
せいぜい数ヶ月です。保証します。
そう言われても保証も何もないのは最初から知ってた。自分が怖くならないように必死に自分を説得するしかなかった。
Yeah, that few months turned into
赤字。
decades.
希望はまだあるって。数ヶ月だけの辛抱だって。でもいざカプセルの扉がちょっとずつ閉まっていくのを見たとき、どうしても考えてしまったんだ。私を一人にしないで、私を助けてって。
あの子たちが瓦礫の山の中であの機械を見つけたんだ。まだ正常に動いているみたいだ。
これって休眠カプセルじゃない？私何かのボタンに触っちゃったみたい。アカシア？休眠時間1万日以上？そんな、これ何かの間違いよね。
あれは休眠カプセルが発見された時のことでしょう。分析員は私が新しい時代で出会った最初の人なの。そして最初に私と話してくれた人。周りのみんなは私がどこから来たのか、どの実験の被験者だったのかにしか興味がなかった。でも彼は私が自販機で奪ってきたお菓子を一緒に食べてくれた。変異雲やガンマ光線のような バカな話にも付き合ってくれた。その一瞬、心の奥にある助けてほしい気持ちが少し和らいだような気がした。ほんの少しだけどね。だって知らない時代で知らない人を見るとふと思ってしまうんだ。私は見捨てられたんだって。この記憶は分析員と一緒にデンドロンの時の塵になれ。私はキャンプ地に残ることを自ら志願して、通信が完全に切れる前に分析員の元に駆けつけると約束していた。あの夜は吹雪が激しくて辺りが真っ暗で方向もわからなかった。気温は何もかもが凍ってしまうほど下がっていた。過酷な環境にいるとその感覚が浮かんできたんだ。仲間にいないまま睡眠カプセルで30年も過ごした後、目覚めると知ってる人がみんないなくなっていた。あの孤独を思い出した。
It's a really unique beat of story because we've never seen anything like this before.
今もここに残っているのはまた孤独になりたくないから。過去とのつながりに必死にしがみついて記憶の中で何度も美化して、私自身が自分を過去の遺物だと思っているということか。変化することによって過去の影が完全に消えてしまうことを恐れている。だからフェーズコアの力を我が物にできないのか。では私はこれから何をすればいい。そういえば分析員は昔のことよりもいいことを考えた方がいいって言ってた。目の前の人とかまだ見ぬ明日とか。
Guess we're gonna change another form, newer form. So it's our newest form.
ねえ分析員、惑星開拓の新バージョンをテストプレイしてよ。今回はあなたが探検家になってライトソードを振りかざして変異生物と激闘するの。愛する女領主アカシアと再会するために惑星をくまなく探索するんだ。どう？面白そうでしょ。分析員が私の専属テスターになってからゲームを作るモチベがめちゃくちゃ上がったんだ。今回もプロデューサーとして上達したところを見せてあげる。そのまま遊んでて。今絶品豚骨ラーメンを作ってくるから。分析員はきっと私の気持ちに気づいていた。だからずっと私のそばに寄り添って楽しいことを一緒にやってくれた。孤独な日々を明るくしたのは過去の光じゃなくて分析員を大好きだっていう気持ちと愛なんだ。
I never looked that deep. I thought it was just her
ホ
interest.
テルで分析員はまた一緒に遊ぼうと言ってくれた。ビジョン島を作った時分析員は私に自分の世界に来てくれてありがとうって。彼はいつもそうやって素直な気持ちを伝えてくれ。考えるだけで胸が高鳴ってくる。それに比べて私が分析員にしてあげられることは本当に少なかった。ルルゲーだね。
Also with
以
infinite
前の
ammo.
私は趣味で一人でも楽しめる世界を作り上げていた。でも今は楽しみを分かち合える相手ができた。私の趣味も分析員のおかげでさらに面白くなった。孤独じゃなくなったから過去に執着しなくたっていいよね。この気持ちを分析員に伝えたい。真剣に彼の愛に応えたい。
Honestly, never
私
looked
が
that
分
deep.
析員のためにできることがあるとすればまずは彼の信頼を裏切らないことだね。そろそろここを出て鎖を断ち切らないと。
never looked that deep. I thought it was just her hobbies, you know, gaming and stuff. But now we know, at least deep down, the reason why she still pursues all of these is because she wants to preserve the old era through herself. But you know, that's, you know, we should look forward to the future, not the past. So it's time. Basically a magical girl transformation. So that reminded me of Columbina with all the circle impacts. That was a really unique bit of. That was a really unique stage. We basically never have a stage where, you know, there's combat. Don't get me wrong, but that was much more story based. Usually it's just, oh hey, you walk around and then you fight and then you listen to them talk. That was basically a whole single player adventure right there. What else did I want to say? We also got to saw like a 3D rendition of when we found Acacia. So that was neat because well, it's like a year ago that I started playing Snowbreak. We only got to see like a 2D. We only got to saw like live 2D sprites and stuff. That was like a whole 3D render. Like they weren't moving, don't get me wrong, but you know, it's neat. Alright, progress 8. I probably need to get more water. I was boiling water earlier. After Acacia left that little manga shop, I couldn't sense her mental projection in her mind. Normally, that meant she descended into the deepest layer of her consciousness, where she'd have to face the final hold of Cersei's suggestion on her own. She had to walk the rest of her path by herself, but after that promise, a complete faith she'd break free of the suggestion. So this was so cute. It's like I'm back in 2018 and watching 2018 no, like 2019 more, like 2019 and watching those like sci-fi romance anime. It's like kind of like Asterisk War. Yeah, Asterisk War and like Absolute Duo, yeah, stuff like that. Like slightly sci-fi, but like not like completely sci-fi, and like has like romance and stuff in it in combat. Yakusoku As I slipped out of her inner mind, and that sensation of sticky heaviness faded away, the first thing I felt was the cool, gentle breeze of the real world and the warmth of the sun, along with a triumphant little chuckle. Uba. When I opened my eyes, Keisha was looking at me with gentle warmth, but she was no longer the petite girl she used to be. She grew noticeably taller, her long ash gray hair now falling almost to her waist. Her hooks had reshaped itself as she grew, its sleek lines fitting her new form perfect. Even with her more mature appearance, the girl standing before me was still the same Acacia I once knew. Catching me staring, she grew a little self-conscious, taking a strand of her hair behind her ear and quickly looking away. Did you end up fully mastering your trans-phase core while you were breaking free of the suggestion?
まあ、そんな感じ。でも意外な収穫だった。
He's a little weird.
今までの私はずっと変化を拒んでいたから、無意識に戦術装備の力に頼らないようにしていたんだ。その考えがセシルの心理暗示とちょうど重なってたから、一緒に解決できちゃったの。そろそろ褒めてくれてもいいんじゃない？
I don't know if they're the same voice actress, but it would be, you know, neat. It would if the two forms use the same voice actress. You did really well. That's my Acacia. Reached out instinctively, meaning to ruffle her hair like I always did. But out of habit, my hand ended up... Oh boy, my hand ended up hovering around her chest instead. She let a soft little laugh, then dipped her head, nudging into my hand like a kitten. Letting me pet her just the way I always did.
ねえ、どうやったんだって聞いてよ。
How did you pull it off? Her smile stayed, but her eyes slowly grew serious, a solemn look setting in them.
分析員と別れた後も、私は心象風景にずっと留まって、傍観者みたいに過去をもう一度見直したんだ。私が変化を嫌ったのは、過去が何よりもよく見えたからじゃない。
So if you skipped file 2 and went straight into progress 8, well, no, yeah, you can't skip that because that was a combat mission.
本当に怖いのは、時代が消えた後、私が一人だけ取り残されることだった。だから、自分が孤独じゃないと証明するために、何とかして過去とつながりを持とうとしてたんだ。私まで変わってしまったら、過去は本当に何も残らなくなるって思ってたんだ。でも本当は、一人ぼっちになりたくなかっただけだった。
Even the wind seemed to pause around us. Faint blush formed her cheeks, but she didn't look away. She just watched me, intent and earnest.
だから、私が言いたいのは、分析員、愛してくれて、ずっとそばにいてくれてありがとう。どの時代にとどまるかなんて、私にはもう関係ない。あなたとの約束通り、あなたがいる未来にしか生きたくないから。
When she finished, she held out her hand again, her pinky curling slightly, her eyes blurred with expectation. Our pinkies touched, then called and hoped together. And just like that, we completed the promise we'd made in another era. That promise drew us even closer, like an invisible thread of fate. Then, out of habit, she rose into her tiptoes, only for her lips to brush the tip of my nose instead. So she's about as tall as us now.
そういえば、今は背伸びしなくても届くんだった。
She tilted her head slightly, then pressed her lips softly to mine. Time seemed to freeze around us, our warmth blending together as we kissed. Also, I want to ask, where's Mariette and Cersei? Are they, like, watching us make out? We didn't step back to reality until we heard Cersei hurrying toward us.
部長、明石家さん、もしかして心理暗示ならもう破ったよ。承服外の人たちもそろそろ目が覚めるんじゃないかな。本当に破ったのですか？信じられません。
Is she not going to address the elephant in the room? By the way, Cersei, where's Marianne? I looked around, but Marianne was nowhere in sight. Cersei hesitated, unease flickering across her face.
実は数分前にソフィーと遭遇しまして。
Oh, Stenke. 3 minutes earlier. After Kisha entered her inner mind, she looked like she'd simply fallen asleep. She sat quietly on the bench, her head propped up on one hand, her breathing slow and steady. Cersei, meanwhile, was a bundle of worry, her brows nearly tied in a knot.
安心してください。分析員さんも明石家さんも無事に帰ってきますから。
Her tone was surprisingly light, a stark contrast to Cersei's anxiety.
なぜそんなに自信満々なんですか？信じるのってすごく不思議な力だと思いませんか？信じてくれる人がいるなら、その人の期待を裏切らないように一生懸命何かをしたくなりますよね。そんな風に信じてくれる気持ちが唯一無二のものであれば、あなたはもっと強くなれます。
As she spoke, Marianne's eyes and voice grew softer.
実際、私や明石家さんは分析員さんの期待に応えたいから全力を尽くしています。そうなんですか。
Cersei nodded thoughtfully, as though she were trying, for the first time, to understand the kind of strength people can give each other. As she was turning Marion's words over her in mind, a ragged figure suddenly slipped across the far end of the stream.
あれはソフィー。
Marion stepped her gaze in the same direction. The figure had already slipped around a corner, but her instincts told her someone had definitely been there.
私が追いかけます。ここで分析員さんとアカシアさんを守ってください。私が？それじゃあ、あなたはどうするんですか？
She was so flustered she could barely get her words out. Her fingers tightening around the fabric of her spear. Marion paused, sighed softly, and gave her a reassuring look.
心象風景の中の時間の流れは現実と違うんです。オフなので、二人は数秒後に帰ってくるかもしれません。その時は私が残した目印をたどってついてきてください。安心してください。単独でソフィーの相手をしたりはしません。こっそり尾行するだけです。
In the next instant, Marion leaped up onto the eaves. In a few swift steps, she crossed the rooftops and vanished into the winding streets ahead. Susie took a few hurried steps after her before she even realized it. But Marion was far too fast. In the blink of an eye, she was already a shrinking speck in the distance. Susie came to a stop, watching the silhouette fade as a knot of emotions tightened in her chest.
信じてくれる人がいれば勇気が出る。期待を裏切りたくないから全力を尽くす。じゃあ私にもできるよね。
Oh boy, the hunt. Lan? No. No one's gonna get that reference. I was received. Fish meow. I'm sure you can marry in her equipment if I have them.
傷口は分析員さんに見ていただかなくては。傷口に意義を与えましょう。リロードします。すぐに終わりますので。殲滅完了ですが、いつもどなたが片付けているのでしょう。手加減しますから。
I think it shot the fountain multiple times.
痛みはさらに早くやってきました。どうやらソフィーは海浜エリアに行ったようですね。ボートを使えばすぐに追いつけると思います。
We can actually pilot the speedboat. There's your keys. T if we fuck up. Okay. Gliding enemy rafts on the speedboat's leader will knock them into the water. Okay, neat. There's a speed boost. We have a health at the bottom left. It's interesting that they've added this mechanic. You also get money for passing through the turbo? Oh no, it's for enemies you killed earlier. Okay. You should probably add like a racing minigame. We changed directions mid-air, so that's, you know, of course not a thing. Oh boy. Whoop. We're good.
ちょっと煩わしいですね。アナウンスが。
美しい街の風景を見た後はローズランの歴史に興味が湧きませんか？臨海都市であるローズランは降臨事件前に一度甚大な洪水被害を受けたことがあります。今そこに見えるのはその時に水没した土地遺跡です。
あれ、切ったはずなのになんでまた流れ始めたんでしょう。受け取ってください。私には必要ないものですから。
Is he still shooting? I think he's still shooting.
まだ足りません。
Jesus Christ. Like, why is the skin so sussy and the new one is so tame? Whatever. Beacon. I guess now we're awake and we're chasing after Marianne and, you know, subsequently Sophie. Sophie and subsequently Marianne, whatever.
ゲームスタート。分析員、早くマリアンを追いかけよう。近道へ案内しましょうか。こちらです。よし、開発費やフェーズコアルテンやあなた、こいつら全員水路だね。しかも橋もないし。向こう岸に行きたいときは水位を調整できるこの装置を使ってください。ああ、本当だ。レアモブが大量発生。斬撃。よし、開発費の開発やちょっと面白い。任務達成だね。あなた、とりあえず一回セーブしようか。斬撃。メルゲーだね。
I wish they could stop using that animation. Because not everything is digital.
あなた、斬撃。よし、開発費の回収完了。レアモブが大量発生してるみたい。やっフェーズコア。任務達成だね。あなた、とりあえず一回セーブしよう
They
か。
should have just ended the mission there.
あなたが好きな
Or at least earlier. You didn't need to walk all the way over there for it to end. Because we understand, you know, story-wise. And nearing the end. Oh boy.
見ててください。私の変身。分析員、マリアンが残した目印だよ。きっとすぐ近くにいるはず。メルゲーだね。フェーズコアルテン。斬撃。
So I want to ask, like, what is that?
かすれ傷だよ。
Ow. Didn't expect that.
開発費の回収完了。
Don't tell me that's gonna fall as well.
ナイス。レアモブが大量発生してるみたい。
I knew it.
ヌルゲーだね。ちょっと面白い。任務達成。
Oh.
よし。開発費の回収完了。
Really need healing. With all these structures
レアモブ
collapsing
が
on
大
us.
量発生してるみたい。斬撃。ヌルゲーだね。
Yeah, I might die for once if this keeps up. You know what? I'm gonna,
調査だね。
just in case we take damage. That way, it's my not important characters taking damage and not, you know, Acacia.
あなたたち人間はこれが好きだよね。
Does this turret not have ammo? Like, does it have infinite ammo? Because normally turrets like these have limited ammo. Yeah, didn't run out of ammo. I guess it's a laser, so.
喧嘩しなくていい方法はないの？
The Sea of the Rosen Coast held a beauty of all of its. The Sea of the Rosen Coast held a beauty all its own. What? Its waters were clear of blue. When sunlight touched them, it shattered into countless glittering shards. So we stood at the shoreline for a long while, listening to the waves crash against the rocks as the breeze tugged at a frayed helm of a road. She didn't move, still as cracked stone. One could see the fierce turmoil treading inside the newborn god. If she had a choice, she wouldn't hurt anyone. She wouldn't let this beautiful city fall to ruin. All she had ever wished for was a world where everyone could find happiness. But now, another path remained. To save the future of many, she would have to sacrifice the few. She pulled a small remote detonator from her pocket, her fingertips brushing over it again and again. With a single press, an orbital beam lands down from Mistletoe Station, releasing a massive surge of energy into the tranquil sea.
分析員さん、私の期待を裏切らないでくださいね。早くすべてを終わらせてください。
It prayed soundly that the adjutant would understand her and stand with her before it was too late. It was the only way to stop what was coming. By this point, there's no turning back for her.
まずはローズランで大洪水を起こし、人々をさらに絶望させてから、神徳でそいつらを励まして、アルスターのデンドローに触れさせようとしてるの？いいんじゃない？面白いことを考えるね。なら、2発の神の杖の発射権限をやろうか。これは地上からなら簡単に迎撃されるけど、私の計算じゃ、ローズランの海底地質構造なんて、一発の直撃にも耐えられない。ソフィー、私を失望させないでよ。
Reusing animations that aren't like completely proper for what they're saying. How to Unleash the Flood wasn't really a gift from Meta. It was a bargaining chip Sophie had won through deception.
エッタに気づかれる前に、新楽園の地盤を固めなければ。
Lost in her thoughts, she sensed a faint disturbance in the air behind her. Without turning, she spoke in a steady, quiet voice.
ヘイムダルのマリアンさんですね。分析員さんは一緒に来ていないのですか？
Standing on a wall, Marianne froze, even with Riptide clicking so perfectly. Sophie still spotted her.
緊張しないでください。あなたに危害を加えるつもりはありません。人間は絶対的な天才の前ではあまりにも弱く救われるべき存在なのだと分析員さんに気づかせたいのです。それで彼はいつ来られますか？
It was just a simple greeting, yet Marianne felt an intense pressure that was hard to explain. Her hairline thick with cold sweat.
答えないのですね。まあいいでしょう。あなたが来たということが何よりの答えですから。それでは序章から始めましょうか。
Leah pressed the button with casual ease, as if she was just toying with a trinket. Her gaze drifted past the horizon, distant and vacant, as if she were looking down on all of humanity from a great height. Her eyes filled with pity and a chilling detachment. Marianne didn't know what the remote would trigger, but the cold, offhand way Sophie pressed it drew a panic cry from her.
10分後、一発の神の杖がローズラン方向へ発射されます。もちろん、私は仮想度テクノロジーが持つ実力はよく知っています。神の杖を迎撃することは、あなた方にとってそう難しくないのでしょう。
Stopping two beams.
ですが、念のために言っておきます。ローズラン周辺の海底の地盤はとても特殊で、ほんのわずかな衝撃でも海底地震が起きるのです。
Sophie's voice was soft and steady. It sounded less like she was announcing a catastrophe and more like telling a bedtime story.
マリアンさん、あなたはアンドレオッチ家の当主になられたのですよね。ならば、ローズランの住民たちを守りたいはず。
She tilted her head slightly, her tattered robe fluttering in the wind. For all her ragged appearance, she somehow looked gentle, almost merciful.
どうか分析員さんをお諭しください。住民たちを最悪に飲み込ませてしまう前に、私が彼らを救済する方が幸せだと思いませんか？
That Sophie vanished, too fast for Marianne to follow.
10分。
She whispered the number to herself over and over. Well, Sophie's indifferent expression as she pressed the remote replayed in her mind. The sheer fury surging through her left her whole body cold, until a warm hand settled on her back, steady and reassuring. You alright?
分析員さん。さっきソフィーが。
I've heard everything. Marianne, contact your family. Tell them to activate the emergency plan. Keisha, with me. We're heading to the coast to monitor the situation. Seriously, manifestation isn't suited for this. Get somewhere safe and stay there.
わかった。わかりました。
As I finished giving orders, the girls all sprang into action. By then, a blazing red beam was already streaking across the sky.
この様子じゃ間に合いそうにないな。
At least many civilians have already evacuated the Shellan. Our efforts weren't in vain. Judging from the scale of that orbital strike, this will be more than just a flood.
どういうこと？
Realism is about to hit by a tsunami. At that, Marianne's finger trembled as it hovered over the terminal. Before she could dial out, a call from Mrs. Andrade came in. Sitting herself, Marianne did her best to keep her voice steady.
マリア、あなたとソフィーが海辺で話していたところを見たという報告があったわ。すぐにそこから離れなさい。今、ヘリコプターを向かわせるわ。
いいえ、その必要はありません。
わがままを言うのはもうやめなさい。あなたがそこにいて何ができるというの？
7分後、 宿り木宇宙ステーションから発射された神の杖が津波を引き起こします。アンドレオチケと仮想度テクノロジーには最前線に立つ指揮官が必要です。だから私はここに残ります。
Fix your case on a red dot that's growing bigger by the second. Its racing trail tore through the clouds, hurling toward the sea with devastating force. With a deafening crash, the beam slammed into the water, and the ground beneath them shook violently.
マリア、何を言っているの？
安心してください。これまでにないほどよく考えた上で発言していますから。
Her voice was shaky at first, but it grew steady with every word, clear and unwavering, even over the howling wind or of the blast.
アンドレオチ家の当主には最前線からローズランの住民を守る義務があります。ここから一歩も引いたりはしません。
On the horizon, a colossal wall of water gathered, climbing ever higher, as if it were ready to swallow the whole sky. Having finally spoken her mind, Marion felt much of her unease melt away. In its place surged a fierce desire, a desire to control and dominate everything.
お父様とお母様は私に貴族の令嬢として守られ、安穏に生きてほしいと思っているのでしょう。でも、分析員さんは私のやるせなさに気づいてくれた。そして、私を信じてくれています。だから、分析員さんの期待に応えたい。なりたい自分になるために、私は踏ん張らなければならないのです。
マリ
お母様、私は今から当主としてアンドレオチ家と仮想度テクノロジーに命令を出します。すべての移動水門を起動して全力で津波の衝撃に耐えなさい。早く。
Marion's roar reverberated in Mrs. Andrade's chest. For as long as she could remember, her youngest daughter had never spoken with such force and absolute authority. And yet, somehow, she felt this was exactly who Marion was meant to be, how the Andrade bloodline was meant to shine through. That sense of being suppressed by Marion Zoria, of no longer standing above her daughter, lingered. Mrs. Andrade drew a deep breath, then hurried to relay the order. As the order went out, the 450 mobile floodgates rose to receive it, their engines whirring with a deafening thunder. Massive steel barriers locked into position around the floating island, the second line of flood defense following the catalytic freezing system. But Marion knew the floodgates could hold back only 3 meters of water. Against a tsunami triggered by an orbital beam strike, they could barely slow it. A shrill alarm ripped through the air above Roseland. Every screen and speaker in the city came online at once, all blaring the same message.
およそ5分後、ローズラン沿岸に高さ16から20メートルの津波が到達する見込みです。
If you remember, earlier, the barriers can only block waves of 3 meters, and then through the gondolas, either through displacement or just like the gondolas themselves being a physical barrier, can block what, like 6 meters, 12 meters. In total, that would be like 15. So, like, because she could put in like what is her name? Longan said that she might do double the amount, so like it could block like 15 at most, unless, you know, some other factors come in. The creature erupted in chaos. Screams, sobs, and desperate cries rose together into one overwhelming roar. But 5 minutes wasn't nearly enough. Before most could even reach safety, the water wall was already towering on the horizon, seeming to link sea and sky. The mole floodgates buckled instantly under the tsunami's force, metal screeching as it tore. Gate after gate shattered, crashing into the sea in heaps of twisted metal.
分析、どうする？
He raised the wall of Titan and held the wave back. The moment I spoke, the oncoming tsunami slammed into the massive Titan barrier. Acacia and Marion stood on either side of me, channeling power into the barrier to reinforce our final line of defense. The clash released a massive shockwave, spray exploded skyward, shrouding the entire coastline in a blinding white haze. I could feel the Titan inside me depleting rapidly after nearly a minute of standoff. the wave source finally began to ebb. At last, the Tetagen barrier forced the towering water wall back, patterning it into countless smaller waves.
やったの？
The two girls could barely stay on their feet. Keisha doubled over, gasping for breath, while Marianne braced herself against a nearby tree to stay on her feet. Raising a wall big enough to protect an entire city had left me drained as well, but I only had about 40% of my Tetagen left. The moon instincts told me this was far from over.
見事ですね、分析員さん。まさか津波そのものを押し返してしまうなんて。
As we caught our breath, Sophie quietly appeared behind us again, as if she'd been there the whole time.
ソフィー
Marianne spun around, eyes blazing with fury, barely holding herself back from lunging at the woman who had nearly brought her homeland to ruin.
怒らないでください、マリアンさん。あなた方にはまだまだやってもらうことがありますから。さっきのはほんの序の口です。
Wait, Sophie! This cruelty, is it truly the right way? Sophie froze. She felt silent for a moment. And at last, 2 tears slipped down her cheeks.
私だって津波やローズランの壊滅を望んでなんかいません。今日命を落としたすべての方のために。私は嘆き悲しむでしょう。この最悪、ティーン症候群に似ていると思いませんか？ただティーン症候群よりも訪れる結末が早く、より残酷に見えるだけです。あなた方は避難計画など随分と尽力したようですね。ですがもう体内のタイタン物質は残っていないのではないですか？希望が見えたと思ったら次の神の杖が落ちてくる。それはバルダー抑制剤がティーン症候群を治せないのと同じですね。止められないのに必死にもがき続け、人々は恐怖と絶望の中で苦しみ続ける。そっちの方がよほど残酷だと思いませんか？ですが私に力を貸してくださるのなら彼らはすぐに救済を得られます。分析員さん、私を認めてうなずいてくださればすべての苦しみは終わるのです。
You mean there's a second strike? So he said nothing. Silence was his own answer. A gentle smile touched her lips, quietly expectant, almost beseeching.
さあ、あなたの答えを聞かせてください。
But Sophie still waited for my reply. A figure stumbled out from the shoreline. Judging by her attire, she was one of Rosen's pilgrims. I wonder how she survived the tsunami wave. The way she scrambled away in a blind panic told me she wasn't as devout as she'd like to think. Shaken to her core by the tsunami, she overheard Sophie's words, and her first instinct was to snatch up a stone, fling it at her, and bolt away screaming. The stone grazed her cheek, leaving a shallow mark. You see, when death is staring them in the face, everyone fights to survive, even your followers. If humanity ever accepts your plan for them, it will only be because you left them no choice. Not out of belief, but coercion. My answer hasn't changed. Humanity isn't as weak as you think, and we don't need a god dictating our fate. Even if you drowned Rosen, what exactly would that prove? Outside Rosen, there will always be people who wouldn't bow to you, and you will never become a god anyone would worship. Sophie's composure finally wavered, a faint trace of disappointment breaking through.
頑固なお方ですね。あなたはまごうことなき絶望に沈んだこともなく、弱き者たちの泣き声を聞いたこともない。ならば今日、存分にその泣き声を聞いていただきましょう。2発目の神の杖は30分後に発射されます。よく考え直してください。どうか私のようにおごりを捨てて すべての人たちに慈悲を向けてあげてください。私は逃げたりしません。あなたが心を改めた時、私たちはいつでも手を結べます。
Hannah walked to a spot with a clear view of the sea. She stood there, watching us in silence.
分析員、ひとまず彼女を捕まえとく？
No, our remaining strength is already stretched thin. The priority is to survive the second surge.
体調はどうですか？
I'm fine, but I only have 40% of my tentagen left. Putting up another wall at that size will be difficult. If we search for a plan, a familiar voice cut through the tense air. Malian came running toward us, lugging a huge case with both hands.
お姉さん、なぜここに？
Oh, I assume it's her new suit.
もしかしてお母様に言われてきたのですか？だから言ったじゃないですか。
違うわよ。私が助けられるわけないじゃない。物を届けに来ただけよ。すぐに帰るから。
物って。
Stanley hurriedly punched it in a code. Lines of light flared across the surface of the case, and his panel slid open, revealing what lay inside. Inside was neither a weapon nor a shield, but a brand new exosuit.
これは
アンドレオチ家の新当主、仮想度テクノロジーの最高理事のために用意した戦術装備よ。そうそう、手紙もついてるから忘れずに読んでおいて。
Given how tense things were, Madeline didn't waste any time. As soon as she was done, she grabbed the rope ladder hanging from the helicopter, climbed up, and was gone. So confused, Marion tore open the envelope and skimmed the letter.
マリアン、こういうやり方で君に気持ちを伝えることを許してほしい。
I'm gonna go get some water. I saw Marion's father is finally coming. We haven't seen him in the whole chapter. Oh, my back! Hopefully the water's done boiling so that I can, drink water. Yeah, I think it's done boiling. I forgot if his letter is narrated.
当主のためにデザインしたこの戦術装備には、今現在の仮想度テクノロジー最先端の技術が集約されている。デザインする時から、これは君のものになるだろうと考えていた。しかし親として、君にここまで重い責任を背負ってほしくないとも思った。だからこの戦術装備を君のもとにずっと届けられずにいた。君には自由に生きてほしかった。しかし君を守りたいこの気持ちが君を縛り、君の本当の考えをないがしろにしてしまうとは思わなかった。ここまでの出来事で君はいずれ分析員へ向かって飛んでいく鷹になってローズランを守るだろうと悟った。もしこれが君の選んだ道なら、家族のことは君を高く飛ばせるための風だと思ってくれ。私たちの力で君がさらに遠く飛べますように。
The letter ended with the family's former head signature stamped with their deep red signet. At the bottom, a few cramped lines in another hand had been hastily scribbled in at the last moment.
お父様のデザインダサかったから、デザインは私が考えたの。分析員を骨抜きにできたら姉さんのおかげだから、その時は感謝しなさいよ。それと私はやっぱり観光事業をもっと発展させたいの。だから早く世界を平和にしてよね。
まったく、ちょっとは姉らしいことを言ってよ。
Miriam gobbled into her breath, but her eyes were already misting over. She'd always told herself their approval didn't matter. But now, with their support and the old barrier between them finally gone, she felt a courage she never felt before. This suit couldn't have arrived at a better time. Go on, try it on.
はい。
When she was fully suited up behind a projected optical curtain, Miriam realized what set this armor apart. Did I forget to try dashing with the Marion form? Because this seemed like this would be related. The external flight units snapped open, releasing a sort of thrust that lifted her off the ground, allowing her to truly soar. Watching from the shadowed corner of a wall, Susie felt a small pang of envy at the wings unfurling behind Marianne.
アカシアさんとマリアンさんが新しい姿で部長のそばに立っている。
Perhaps due to the earlier shockwave, fine cracks began to spread across the wall, and the whole building was starting to sway. But she stayed put. As long as she could see him, that corner felt safer than anywhere else.
もう一度大きな壁を作るためにはたくさんのタイタン物質が必要だわ。
She muttered to herself, the memory of what being flooded had felt like came rushing back. If she could trigger the flooding on her own, would that be enough to reduce mortality? As she stared at the three figures standing by the shoreline, a bold idea began to take shape in Susie's mind. You're much kinder and stronger than you think, a lot closer to me than you realize. So, would you like to try standing with me this time?
私も部長と肩を並べて戦いたい。部長は私を信じていると言ってくれました。だから試してもいいですよね。
She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began calling out to her Delos over and over.
アパテ、聞こえますか？私の人格と魂を捧げます。その代わり、誰にも負けない強い女神様になってください。
Oh, so the boss we're fighting is Cersei.
そして、部長を助けて、災難を解決するために力を尽くしてください。お願いします。欺瞞の女神、アパテよ。
Tremendous power surged from deep within her, finally answering her prayers. Golden light flared through her body, weaving together with her rose pink glow as her form turned translucent and an amber sheen spread across her skin. Bathed in a radiance that can only be described as divine, she could no longer remain hidden in that little corner. Her fiery gaze locked onto me as she began walking toward us, her steps deliberate and steady. Cersei?
また神格神色。大丈夫です。この姿は私がこうなると決めたものですから。
There is a faint ethereal echo in her voice now, but her eyes were still clear.
至上者ならタイタン物質をたくさん提供できますよね。部長、私やってみたいです。あなたの守りたいものを守らせてください。
Pinkish violet gel-like substance began to seep from her hair, writhing as it engulfed her and drew tight around her, forming a huge cocoon. The cocoon hovered in midair, falling now and then with a low, wet gurgle. Strange, intricate patterns crawled across its surface, golden motes drifting through its seams. A voice grew faint, breaking through in scattered, broken fragments.
6年前のあの日もこのくらい勇気を出せたらよかったのに。幸い今ならまだ間に合います。
Cersei, no!
私が完全に狂気に飲み込まれたら私を殺して私の体内にあるタイタン物質でもう一度仮面を作ってください。分析どうする？
We can't let her risk her life for like this. Find a way to cut that cocoon open, now!
わかりました。
Well, we know that's not gonna happen. We're gonna have to fight her. Because this is not a cocoon. It's... I don't know what that is. And we're still using Marion's own form. Canonically, she's using her new exosuit, but in gameplay, she's not. Because she wasn't released yet when the story came out.
Maria, 援護して。それ。ゲームスタート。やあ、あなたこいつら全員ビジョントオフにしよう。
How'd that hit me? I don't know if it's gonna be better. Because I was using single target mode. Can I hit her? I can. Okay. He's invincible, never mind.
術じゃ。
Also, can I say Apate has massive honkers, dude. Massive golden honkers. Also, she is tanky for a boss. What is this, like health creep? I think I'm supposed to use Marianne to like buff ourselves or debuff her. Did I miss? Let's end this.
フェーズか。セーブを忘れずに。この後に及んでまだ私を助けようとするんですか。やはり部長は優しいんですね。
I thought she was gonna turn back and like, you know, have her 3D model reveal or something.
じゃあとりあえずあなたとデュオで一回ね。
But no. Hopefully Cersei's still alive and we can also finish her mission. The sea surge, waves rolling... roiling? Waves rolling below as Cersei fell from the sky into my arms.
私生きてるんですか。まだこれだけのタイタン物質で足りましたか。
Her faint murmurs faded with the breeze, then a soft, otherworldly hum drifted through the air. As a familiar melody arose around us, Cersei slowly closed her eyes. A tiny speck of light slipped free from her chest, and what? Slipped free from her chest like a lost firefly, drifting into the distance.
セシル、セシル。
No matter how many times you called her name, the girl in my arms didn't respond.
分析員さん、まさか。
She's still breathing. It looks like she's just asleep. The singing. It has to be Sophie. She must have done something to Cersei. As she spoke, the second beam tore through the sky and slammed into the seabed. A violent burst of energy rippled outward. The sea, calm only moments ago, rushed back at terrifying speed, burying the black seafloor in its jagged reefs.
分析員さん、海底で地滑りが起きています。2回目の津波はさらに激しいものになりそうです。
Get Sojita more safe, then help evacuate the civilians. Get to the highest ground you can.
あなたは
Trust me, I'll find a way. Worry in their eyes was unmistakable. Neither of them wanted to leave my side. Even so, after a brief hesitation, they chose to follow my orders. Acacia headed Cersei onto her shoulder and sprinted ahead, clearing a route toward the shelters by sheer speed and force. Mary unfurled her black wings to their full span and swept through the skies above the city, guiding the evacuation from the air. Once it disappeared from view, I turned back toward the horizon, where a wall of water even higher than the last was slowly rising into view. Howling winds drove curtains of spray across the coast, The air felt thick, heavy with a suffocating pressure. It was as if the whole world lay beneath the shadow of the towering wall of water. I'd sworn to them that I'd find a way, but standing here now, it felt as if every option had slipped through my fingers. 20-meter wave was more than enough to swallow the entire city. Even with the intelligence source he gave me, there was no way I could summon another barrier to hold back such an enormous wave. Mobile floodgates, mass evacuations, catalytic freezing devices. If none of that would work, then what else could I do? Hundreds of simulations flashed through my mind in rapid succession, each one dismissed as quickly as it appeared. Is there really nothing I can do? 30 minutes earlier. From the moment the alarm began blaring, the abacus inside Moonlit Retreat hadn't stopped clacking for a single second. An atomic that steady and monotonous rhythm offered a shred of comfort. Even so, the merchants outside the beaded curtain were far from calm. No one could tell this deal was going to be a catastrophic loss, and their president, of all people, certainly understood that.
会長、やっぱりヘリコプターに乗って逃げましょうよ。こんなの洪水じゃなくて津波です。ゴンドラと排熱バレルをいくら投入しても水面を完全に凍らせることなんてできません。
Again's voice drifted out from behind beaded curtains, soft and impossibly calm.
紹介が投入できるゴンドラは合計で何隻？
最大で7800隻ですかね。
So that's more than what she originally calculated.
7800か。
Remembering the number under her breath, Longy shifted her gaze toward the hologram beside her. There's a live feed streamed back by Adjutant. The gale and tower waves were closing in fast on the shore, and there stood the Adjutant, alone at the very front, refusing to yield. With a catastrophe of that scale looming over the city, his figure seemed almost insignificant, and still, she found herself unable to look away. He wasn't just protecting Rosalind, he was standing guard over the homes of countless people. Their past, their present, their future. Watching the land that had raised and shaped her teeter? The teeter on the brink of destruction, a knot of grief and anger tightened in Longyan's chest. She couldn't just stand by and watch. The future of Rosalind had to be defended by the people who called this place home.
ヒーローが苦境に陥ったり、美人に裏切られるなんて話は昔から見てられないのよね。割に合わなくても、やっぱり最後まで全うしたいわ。
He drew a long breath, and when she spoke again, her voice had turned in clear and resolute.
紹介の全ゴンドラに排熱バレルを搭載し、自動運転モードに切り替えて海へ出しなさい。ゴンドラだけでなく、船でもイカダでも出せるものはすべて投入しなさい。
Through the gossamer drapes, Longyan could just make out the merchants' faces. Each one nodded with hesitation and worry.
ですが、我々紹介の基盤が。
A soft chuckle escaped her lips, and a chill swept through the room. The beaded curtains quivered without wind, as an invisible pressure seeped from behind them.
ローズランが崩壊したら、紹介も成り立たなくなる。
This reminds me of when Ningguang sacrificed the Jade Chamber to defend Liyue Harbor.
この危機を超えた暁には、このローエンがみんなの損失を補填する。たとえ全財産をはたくことになっても、必ず納得のいく形でお返しする。
会長。
さあ、かかりなさい。
Order fell like a thunderclap. Out on the sea before the colossal waves, small gondolas began appearing one after another. Then more and more, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, until they formed a line of defense standing between Rosalind and the oncoming wall of water. At the same time, every drone Castle Technologies command took to the air, releasing nanocrystal callus across the sea in massive quantities. Silver powder poured down like torrential rain, and alas, a fine layer of ice crystals began forming across the surface. But the instant they formed, the oncoming wave shattered them again without mercy. See, even in the depths of despair, humanity refuses to give up.
無駄なことを。
What do you realize? To give up from the start is to snuff out any chance of survival with our own hands. Because no one gave up, that chance endured, and now I see it. In essence, the system disperses nanocrystals catalysts into the water. To accelerate the formation of ice while directing excess heat into the heat barrels positioned along the city's perimeter.
この排熱バレルは船で運ばれて十分に熱を吸い切ったら外界へ送られるのよ。
I keep saying the wrong things. Nanocrystal catalyst, heat transfer, heat barrels. What if I followed the same principle, but replaced the nanocrystal catalyst with hydrogen? I barely had 40% of my hydrogen left, but combined with what Cersei had just released, a blank began to form in my mind. A giant wave loomed overhead, so if you had to invoke her manifestation power just to carry her voice across the distance to me.
この5人を呼んで、まだ私の考えに反対するのですね。
Sophie, I'll say this one last time. Humanity is far less fragile than you think. And we will never compromise for happiness built on a lie. In the Battle of Roseanne, I learned how to manipulate hydrogen at a microscopic scale. Nanoparticles derived from solid-state hydrogen could serve as a perfect substitute for the original catalyst. Hydrogen burst from my body and mingled with hydrogen lingered in the air, gathering into a rose-tinted mist that drifted downward and blanketed the waves. Each hydrogen nanoparticle became a nucleation core. Water molecules surged toward them, clustering, aligning, freezing into place. Next, I need to convert every nanoparticle in the sea from matter to energy. And for storing that heat, there's only one place larger than the ocean. Space. Through the atmospheric windows, absorb almost no infrared at all. If I fired the hydrogen through them, the heat would vent straight into space. As the nanoparticles shifted into energy-state hydrogen, the water above the sea began to ripple and distort with heat. What loomed before us wasn't water anymore. It looked like a giant hand poised to crash down, fueled by a raft capable of shattering the world. People shut their eyes tight, holding their breath as they braced for the end. Yet even in that absolute despair, their hearts kept beating stubbornly, defiantly. In the very next instant, energy punched through the atmosphere, searing light tore a jagged hole in the heavy storming clouds. The sky itself burned like an oil plating set ablaze. The sea surface flashed white as ice raced upward, freezing the entire wave in mid-motion and trapping its forming crystal. The cold crawled further and farther, leaving Rose and Maroon at the center of a vast expansion of ice. I did it. I slowly lowered my hands. Every bit of hydrogen in my body was drained. If Sophie attacked now, I could only be sure of my own physical strength. But Sophie only stood beside me, stunned, her lips trembling as if she wanted to speak, yet no words came. This is humanity. Return the impossible into reality. So take your salvation elsewhere. We don't need it. Sophie fell silent for a moment. The shock in her eyes slowly ebbed away.
素晴らしい。思わず心を打たれてしまいました。ですが、あなた自身の力で彼女たちを一時的に守っただけに過ぎません。次はティーン症候群です。ティーン症候群が牙をむいたら、どうなとはいえ、私にも落ち度がありました。焦るあまり、あなたに楽園の美しさをきちんとお伝えしていませんでした。私と一緒に見に行きませんか？自分の目で確かめれば、人類が本当に欲しいものがわかるはずです。
She extended her hand toward me, palm up. an unmistakable invitation.
さあ、こちらへ。
They began to warp, sound grew distorted, even time itself began to waver. Sophie manifested her inner mind. I walked through the darkness for what felt like ages before a faint orange glow finally appeared ahead. Following that warm light, I soon found myself before a small cafe standing alone in its fresh, untouched snow. The world around it was nothing but white. I guess it's us and Cersei in our memories or whatever. Snowflakes drifted quietly through the air, settling on the roof, on the windsills, on the steps leading up to the door. It was clearly winter, and yet the place felt warm and cozy. Soft jazz and the rich aroma of coffee flowed through the glass and wrapped gently around me. I had no memory of ever coming here, but for some reason, the sign of it felt familiar. So we stood on the steps. Every time a drifting snowflake floated her way, I simply veered aside before touching her. The warm glow light behind her cast a soft halo behind her silhouette.
分析員さん、こちらです。
As I approached, she said nothing more. Just motioned for me to look inside the cafe. A girl with long rose pink hair sat at a table, both hands cupped around a warm welcome melted. A faint smile played across her face. Her gentle eyes rested on the window, as if waiting for the wooden door to open and set the bell above it chiming once more. But that's why Cersei won't wake up. You're holding her here.
分析員さん、少し勘違いをされているようですね。セシルは私の友人です。善意を示すために彼女を楽園の最初の住民にしたのです。
This is your so-called promised land.
ええ、私はエッタと違います。皆さんを愛しているからこそバルハラになんて送りたくないのです。人としての姿を失い、尊厳もない終わりを迎えるなんてあまりにも悲しいでしょう。だから私は彼らのために美しい夢を用意したのです。今はまだ私の心象風景の中でしか実現できませんが、あなたが力を貸してくださるなら、ここは将来人類の新しい故郷となるのです。
He spoke. Her voice carried genuine emotion for once. I couldn't see her eyes from where I stood, but I could imagine the fiery resolve burning in her usually passive gaze. You mean, like a Valhalla where everyone keeps their own sense of self? It's impossible. Not even Edda or Genghis possess the processing power required for something like that.
いいえ、できます。ヤロシャ連邦療養センターにいた頃、小さな発見がありました。脳波を観察すると、患者たちの意識は眠っている間も活発に活動していました。つまり、歌声で人々を眠りへと誘えば、夢の中で独立した意識を保ちながら、維持に必要な計算負荷も最小限で済むのです。これが、そしてそれが人類のための真に美しい夢となるのです。
Sophie glanced at Cersei, a quiet, satisfied smile touching her lips.
ほら、今の彼女、とても夢の中では、風雪の中であなたが振り向くのを待つ必要もなく、彼女にも愛と幸せが訪れるのです。どんな嫌なこともたちまち消えて。
Is that so? A cold question was enough to send a faint ripple of doubt across Sophie's calm face.
何が違うのですか？
I turned and let her gaze sweep slowly across the cafe, searching, yet finding nothing out of place. And that little world behind the glass remained serene and perfect, exactly as she wished it to be.
どうやら どうしても私の真意を理解してもらえないようですね。なら、私の心象風景から出て行ってください。今後、新世界を共にする機会を失ったことを後悔しないよう祈っています。まあ、その時に後悔しても手遅れですが。
People let out a quiet sigh and, with a gentle wave, cast me out of her inner mind. This is the can't find my words. Fucking hell. The dizziness began to ebb. My thoughts cleared. The smell of salt rushed back into my nose, and Rosalind's familiar shoreline came into view once more. The two girls reached me at once, collapsing into my arms in pure relief.
分析、本当にやったんだね。すごいよ。
Well, I did ask you to trust me, so there's no way I could let you down.
ソフィーは
He's gone, slipped away while I was leaving her in her mind. And honestly, I'm in no condition to try and hold her here right now.
そうだ、分析。セシルの状態があんまり良くないから、一緒に見に行こうよ。
Led by the girls, I soon arrived at a makeshift shelter packed with evacuees. Until the Andrade family finished their inspection, all anyone could do was wait there. Because the entire city had been frozen over, the shelter was bitterly cold. People could only huddle close to keep themselves warm. If tears still clung to their lashes, they struggled to suppress their panic. Yet their lips forced faint smiles as they passed along warm water and food, silently supporting one another through their actions. Susie lay in a corner, shielded by rings of people, bundled under layer after layer of forward clothing. Faint warmth colored her cheeks, her breath steady and calm, as if she were simply asleep. But I knew better. The Susie before me was only a shell. Her real stuff was trapped once again in that snow from all those years ago. Thursday, don't let Sophie's dream hold you. I know you can wake up from it. I believe in you. Back in the cafe, Susie suddenly heard a faint, strange sound. When she blinked and tried to focus, all she heard again was the soft, easy rise and fall of Jack.
いらっしゃいませ。ご注文は？ミルクティーとコーヒー。
You're still wondering whether he even liked coffee when the waitress set a mug of milk tea down in front of her. She took a tentative sip, and her face fell at once.
あれ？冷えてる。
Just a drink, it felt as if everything around her has lost its warmth. Only the faintest trace of heat seemed to seep from her pocket. She reached it in on instinct. A small, round ball rolled into her palm.
育ち。
He watched the soft, ethereal snow drifting outside the window. Realization dawned on her. He finished the milk tea in one quick gulp, rose from her seat, and headed for the door. The moment she pushed it open, those gentle white flurries of snow twisted into a raging blizzard. Wind hammered against the glass behind her with a sharp, kneading wail.
吹雪がひどいので、中に戻りましょう。分析員さんなら、もうすぐ来ます。ずっと彼を待っていたのでしょう。
She stood at the cafe door without even looking back at Cersei, as if she were completely certain. The girl would close the door and return to that warm greeting.
いいえ、そろそろ行かないと。
With that, she stepped out into the blizzard. Watching that fragile figure stagger through the whipping snow, Sylvie could no longer hold back the question in her heart.
なぜ、この夢のどこがいけなかったのですか。なぜ、目を覚ましたのです。いえ、おかしいところはありません。確かにあなたの言う通り、完璧でした。完璧だからこそ、目が覚めたんです。実はこの6年間、私の夢に部長が出たことは一度もありません。私にその勇気がないんです。ずっとここにいたら 部長と再会したり、肩を並べて戦ったり、まだ見ぬ未来を共にすることができなくなる。そのことは私が一番知っています。無限の未来を捨てて偽りの過去に執着するなんてあまりに虚しいです。だからさようならソフィー。私はこんな夢いりません。
But when Cersei turned away, the blizzard raged even more intensely, as if the very world were lashing out at her defiance. Hailstones spattered her from every direction, yet she pushed forward. She pulled her legs free from the deep snow again and again, pressing onward. Cersei, don't let Sylvie's dream home. I know you can wake up from it. I believe in you. The harder she walked from the cafe, the clearer that guiding voice became. She had no idea how long she had been walking. The blind white devoured her sight until, at last, hints of color began seeping through the void. The house became clearer, took shape, and became the familiar faces of Keisha, Marianne, and him. And when they realized she was waking up, smiles broke across their faces. It just sounds like Nita. Yeah, that's what she sounds like. She sounds like Nita. But people around us didn't know what had happened. They could still feel joy radiating from us. The moon in the shelter brightened immediately, caught whispers turning into easy laughter, and the tension slowly melted from everyone's faces. Right on cue, the broadcast crackled to life, announcing that the crisis had passed, and after that, the first cheers of relief. People began leaving the shelter, heading home in small groups. Roseanne had finally survived its darkest day. By the time we stepped out of the shelter, the deep blue night sky was already dotted with stars. The soft clear glow felt like the universe's own blessing upon a city that had lived through the catastrophe and emerged, at last, into tomorrow. Man, I'm so out of breath. Look at Progress 11. Everything that had happened in Rosen that day had thrown the entire city into turmoil. Most of the Andrade family's forces were still out on disaster relief under Merritt's command. Manly had taken a separate unit to continue the hunt for Sophie. On Chongfu Street, Acacia and Longyan worked under Cersei's guidance, keeping watch over the residents' recovery. As for me, I burned through every last bit of energy in my system. Acacia and Marianne were having none of it. What? And before long, it was clear I wasn't going anywhere but back to the Andrade Manor to recover. The city remained frozen over, and the cold deepened as the night fell. Inside the manor... Oh, sorry. Heat was already on, and the fireplace lit. The work of the maids moving quietly through the house. Cozy flames flickered, casting a warm glow across the walls. There was a gentle knock at the door. I opened it to find Marianne standing there. She stepped inside slowly, fatigue evident in her posture. Faint shadows lingered beneath her eyes. How are things in Roseland?
幸い死傷者は出ていません。でも、インフラの被害が甚大で、修復には時間がかかりそうです。
She walked up to me and leaned into my arms, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I could feel the tension and exhaustion from your body.
すみません、分析員さん。今夜はいろいろ処理して疲れてしまいました。少しこのまま充電させてください。
Take your time, Marianne. We simply held each other in silence. The only sound in the room was the soft crackle of the fire. It was a while before Marianne lifted her head from my
あ
chest.
りがとうございます、分析員さん。少し充電できました。
The charge that short won't do for the new head of the house. How about returning early for
で
tonight?
も、目を閉じると、当主として確認しなければならないことが浮かんできて、全然眠れないんです。
Pushing yourself too hard. Why don't we take a short walk, get some fresh air, clear your head a bit. It might help you sleep tonight.
でも、分析員さんの体調はまだ。
worry, I just used my intelligence. That's all. I'm not sick or injured.
ならばちょっと付き合ってもらえますか？
Moran led me along the manor's garden paths until we reached the lake at its center. Isolated from the open sea, the lake remained unfrozen. Tiny star-shaped lights floated across the surface, glowing softly as they swayed with the ripples. A gondola waited quietly by the shore. It was clear that everything here had been arranged with care.
分析員さん、まだ夜中にゴンドラに乗ったことはなかったですよね。試してみませんか？
You smiled, a little shy. Even in the dim light, the faint blush on her cheeks was easy to see. I'd already guessed most of what was on her mind. Still, I pretended not to notice and stepped onto the gondola with her. The boat drifted away from the shore, rocking gently as it carried us toward the center of the lake. When we reached the center, the menace light spread across the water in shimmering reflections, weaving together into something almost dreamlike. You can see in the background the star things are, swaying. Marion rested quietly against my lap, turning her face to watch the golden lights wavering across the surface. Something on your mind,
や
Marion?
っぱり分析員さんはごまかせませんね。ここの飾り付けは1時間前に急いで完成させたものなんです。本当は分析員さんの調子が戻ってからここへ案内するつもりでしたが、私には待ちきれませんでした。分析員さんにどうしても早く伝えたいことがあるんです。
You slowly sat up and took a small velvet box from her pocket. Her fingers trembled slightly as you opened it with deliberate care. Inside lay a silver ring set with a jet black onyx, its color deeper than a night sky above
これ
us.
はアンドレ・オッチ家に代々伝わる当主の証です。黒いメノウは揺るぎない盤石のごとくという家訓を表しています。今の私はあなたと肩を並べられるくらい成長できたと思っています。なので誓約の儀式が正式に始まる前に今の立場と新しい姿で改めてあなたに誓約を申し込みたいのです。この当主の座を意味する証や証に込められた誓い、それから私マリアン自身を全てをあなたに託し、あなたと共に生きていきたいです。
The blood on her cheeks sheepened? What the fuck? Deepened, spreading across her face. She took a steady breath, then asked, her voice trembling, the question that mattered
分
most.
析員さん、私と誓約を結び、これからの人生を共に歩いてくれますか？
As soon as I answered, tears shimmered in her eyes, like the lights dancing across the lake.
もう一度言ってくれますか？
Many times as you want. I will, Marianne. I'll to enter that covenant with you and walk all the years ahead by your side. Oh my god, they edited that as well! She lifted her head slightly, one hand brushing my cheek while the other clutching my shirt, then leaned in and kissed me. The kiss began tentatively, then slowly deepened, growing warm and lingering until we had to part for breath. You said you were exhausted just now. You don't seem like that anymore. Weren't we going to turn in
分
early?
析員さん、先ほど寝る前に頭を真っ白にしろとおっしゃっていましたよね。
You're not tired, but I'm tired, dude.
私の頭を真っ白にできる方法はご存知のはずでしょ？
Marian's lips curled into a smile, full of longing with just a hint of challenge. Then she shifted her weight sharply to one side, sending the gondola lurching off balance. The icy water swallowed us in an instant, the cold biting deep. In a moment like that, the desperation to seek warmth was impossible to ignore. If she didn't reach for it, it went away. Because what she truly wanted was to be completely claimed by love. She no longer needed to think, to decide, or sign off on anything. All she had to do was give herself entirely to the one person she wanted to surrender to. She would yield, then would come to the sweet release. And that overwhelming rush of pleasure. Sensing her intention, I took the lead and drew her into my arms, flinging her to the room with the warm sheet to look at. Shock of cold and heat colliding sent a tremor through her. Her body tensed on instinct and started to curl. That's called a seizure. Held her tightly, keeping her anchored in my arms, not even letting her rise for air. As the air thinned in our lungs, time itself seemed to slow. Every sensation tightened, every touch sharpening into something vividly intense. She couldn't cry out beneath the water, all the emotions she'd been holding back and nowhere to go. Again and again, they crashed against the depths of her mind, relentless, overwhelming, all-consuming. Until her gaze turned hazy and unfocused. Until every stray thought finally crumbled away. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more water and I need to catch my breath, dude. Holy fuck. I'm tired of all this narration. Oh. We finally made it back to the room, dripping wet. Akeisha was there, staring at us in shock.
二人ともなんでずぶ濡れなの？分析員さんと一緒に湖に落ちちゃいました。
Akeisha frowned, clear and convinced, especially after catching a smug, satisfied little smile Marion was failing to hide. Still, who would jump into freezing lake on purpose? In the end, she let it go and added a few more logs to the fire.
ほら、ローエンさんがこれをあなたに渡してほしいって。
Calling it a letter was generous. She handed it over was really a thin sheet of paper, covered in Long Yan's usually scratchy, barely legible scrawl. I thought we were gonna say it's not a letter, but like a debt receipt or something. But no, it's just her ugly handwriting. As the year wanes, night and cold draw near. By the hard side, a modest feast awaits here.
これって食事のお誘いかな？
Seems like it. With everything that's happened in Rosa, I completely forgot tomorrow's Shoza's Mingdongjie festival. Since Miss Longyan went to the trouble of inviting us, we might as well drop by and join the festivities. The next day, before heading to see Longyan, I stopped by a hospital in Roseanne's coastal district. The moment I stepped into the ward, I saw Cersei lying in the hospital bed, managed so thoroughly it was hard to tell where she ended and the sheets began. Roseanne's medical care was competent, but it still fell short of what Yakuza could provide. After the surgery, Cersei had lost her manifestation abilities. She was just an ordinary girl. Unexpectedly, the one most affected accepted the outcome with complete calm. Even as the doctor delivered the news, there wasn't the faintest trace of regret on her face.
部長、リンゴ食べますか？
She awkwardly had an apple out to me, but her bandages making even that simple gesture. What the fuck? She awkwardly held an apple out to me, but her bandages make that simple gesture a struggle. Couldn't help but laugh. You're the one in the hospital bed. How did I end up being the one getting the apple?
言われてみれば、そうですね。
Get the apple for now. I managed to bring you some milk tea. Want a sip? The mention of her favorite drink brought an immediate spark to her eyes. With her arms and legs wrapped up, before we continue, I would not recommend someone that had surgery to have milk tea. Sugar can promote inflammation. And, after you have surgery, you don't want too much inflammation. Because inflammation causes swelling, and swelling, not good. With her arms and legs wrapped up, she could hardly move, so I held the cup for her and brought the straw to her lips. Every now and then, she drank a little too quickly, leaving a small drop at the corner of her mouth. When I reached out to wipe it away, her face flushed red, just like the apple she had offered earlier. Seriously, I wanted to check in with you about what comes next for you. Is returning to Riku still something you've considered? She paused for a moment, then shook her head with a gentle smile.
でも私はもう覚醒者じゃないんですよ。会社の仕事はもうできないんじゃ。
Riku is a big place. I'm sure we can find something that works for you.
ありがとうございます、部長。小福街の皆さんにご迷惑をかけてしまいました。だから1年間はボランティア活動をしたいとローエンさんに申請しました。これでせめて罪を償えれば良いのですが。
Loka, then I respect your decision. Just remember, no matter where he stands, whenever you're ready, Riku's doors will always be open to you.
ありがとうございます。
Out of habit, she tried to balance things, only to wince as the movement pulled at her wounds, drawing a sharp breath. Even so, her smile never wavered. If anything, there was a steadier, stronger light in her eyes now. After that, we chatted idly about whatever came to mind. Little by little, the room's glow changed from bright lemon yellow to a gentle amber orange. As the afternoon quietly slipped by, the sorrow between us faded away. It was only when dusk almost settled that I left the hospital. Then, Acacia, Marianne, and I made our way back to Changfu Street. It was Mingdongjie, and the whole district was alive with festivities. Red lanterns hung over every doorway, and delicate paper cutouts sprang the windows. The children had already forgotten yesterday's tears, busy turning every icy surface into makeshift slide. A light tang of firecracker smoke lingered in the air, blending with the rich aroma of food drifting from every kitchen. Moonlight Retreat was no exception. Slightly crooked Fu character. Oh, Fu as in good fortune. Hung to invite good fortune for the coming year, and then pasted onto the outer wooden door, flanked by a pair of red couplets. Then even brushstrokes made it obvious to her long inside handiwork. From inside came the lively clatter of bowls and plates. Preparation for the feasts were clearly already underway.
ローエンさん、ローエンさん、どこにいますか？
Acacia called out a few times. Lion came out to greet us, smiling warmly.
ここよ。ずっと庭で待っていたのよ。みんな来ないんじゃないかって心配しながらね。
An invitation from Bliss Longham herself. Of course we'd show up.
ローズランを救った大ヒーローは口もお上手なのね。さあ、立ち話はほどほどに。中へどうぞ。
Soon as we stepped into the courtyard, a wave of warmth greeted us. Longham had set up braziers in the corner so it warded off the cold. Dinner was still some time off, so we sat together and chatted, casually working our way through a small mountain of honey mandarins piled on the table.
今までの名刀祭はずっと一人だったから、こんなに賑やかなのは初めてだわ。
ローエンさんは作州で生まれ育ったわけじゃないと分析員さんから聞きましたが、やっぱり名刀祭はちゃんと過ごすんですね。
先祖代々伝わってきた伝統だから守っていかないとね。
Langan leafed through her ledger, the beads of her abacus clicking briskly as she worked. Even so, she kept up with the conversation, glancing up every now and then. I just noticed where the fuck is my phone? I'm gonna go get my phone! Because, man, hopefully there's no important stuff. And also I need to get some snacks, I'm hungry, again. Okay, grab some chocolate. Maybe it's not being out of breath. Maybe it is. It's most likely me being out of breath. It's possible that it's me being out of energy. What surprised me was how neat and refined her handwriting looked in the ledger. So like the chaotic scrawls usually left behind. So she can write properly. Did she just not bother most of the time? And she was nearly finished balancing the books. Lanya finally looked up at me, eyes carrying an effortless knowing allure.
わらわの7800隻の船が半分も海に沈んでしまったわ。分析員、この借りはどうやって返してくれるのかしら?
I knew it. There's no debt harder to pay than a favor. I can only imagine how Miss Longyan plans to make me pay for it in the days ahead. Just as that thought crossed my mind, an unexpected guest arrived.
やあ、弟くん。
Let me finish reading. And when she stepped through the door, Maline's booming voice filled the courtyard. I shot lying in helpless look. She just lifted a hand to her lips, barely hiding a soft, amused smile.
年越しのパーティーは賑やかな方がいいでしょ。
弟くん、今日は名刀祭だからあなたにお年玉を持ってきたの。欲しければお姉さん、明けましておめでとうって言ってちょうだい。
お姉さん。
Her sister's request married her to stop her.
マデリンさん、昨秋には確かにお年玉をあげる伝統があるけど、それは目上の人から目下の者にあげるものよ。
That makes me think. So you know how Lantern Rite in Genshin is always in the new year? I'm thinking if Lantern Rite is actually like Lantern Rite and this Mingnenjie is actually New Year, Lunar New Year. Like their version of Lunar New Year, because they use probably the host. They don't use the Hong calendar. They use the Gregorian calendar. So they don't use the lunar calendar, but they use the Gregorian calendar. So you know, they just celebrate it after the year starts. In that case, red envelopes or red packets or hongbao, or in Cantonese it's laisi. It's not just given from elders to children. Elders usually give $2, and then people who are working, like adults, put at least 20 in. 20, 50, 100, sometimes 500. I got one yesterday that was 1,000. It was two 500s, so you know that was nice. But we also give them to colleagues, or people around your age, as long as you are working. So not just elders to children.
え、そうなの？じゃあ自分で持っておくわ。
Yeah, she I mean, Madeline could give it to Marianne. So because Marianne's younger, if I recall. As the conversation carried on, Longyan's mechanical fox wobbled over again, its eyes flashing a warning red. You're really not going to give it a voice module?
そういうのめんどくさいから。
Then do you know what it wants to tell us?
ご飯が出来上がったって言っているわ。でも
She paused, glancing around.
アカシアさんが見当たらないわね。
When Acacia received a notice from her post office, she was left quietly confused. The adjutant had written that postcard within her own mind, so Tao then had it crossed into the real world. After picking it up, she didn't return to the moonlit retreat. Curiosity tugged at her, and she took a seat on a nearby bench instead. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, her heart was racing. She longed to see what was written on the other side, yet feared it might not be the answer she was hoping for. So she remained there, staring at the image on the front of the postcard. her fingers tracing the paper's edge, unable to turn it over. A cold wind swept along the street, leaving her nose and cheeks faintly red. Just then, light snowflakes began to drift down, one, then another, catching in her hair before melting into tiny beads of cold against her skin. But the chill vanished almost as soon as it came. Miss Weir is set. We're here. How are we holding an umbrella? She looked at him in surprise. At some point, an umbrella had been raised above her, shooting her from the drifting snow. Above her was the soft gold of the streetlights. Below, the untouched silver of snow. And before her stood a figure who added a third color to this small, quiet world. There you are. The moment she realized it was me, Geisha's face flushed bright red. She scrambled to hide the postcard behind her. Hiding it won't help. I already caught it close. Are you gonna read it? I rewrote it for you after coming back to the real world.
だから私の元に届いたんだ。
Also, she's not in her mature form. I just noticed. Well, I was wondering which form she was in, and now I got a confirmation.
じゃあ、見るよ。
The two of us huddled beneath a single umbrella. The falling snow softened in the world around us, leaving a small, quiet space meant only for us. Acacia drew a deep breath and, with hands trembling just a little, turned the postcard over.
未来のアカシアへ。長い時間を乗り越えて、私の元に来てくれてありがとう。これからも君と一緒に素敵なものを見ていきたい。だから、私と誓約を結び、共に手を取り合い、次の、さらに次の時代へ、時間の果てまで一緒に歩んでくれないか。
Though we've already married Fenny, I think life was. I don't know when Fenny when life came first because again I didn't play those events and quests. I think Masiru might be third. I'm not sure. And then fourth we had Marianne, which we recently married, and now we have Acacia. She's gonna say yes, so you know. So, what's your answer?
答えは、もちろん、はいだよ。
He threw herself into my arms, the umbrella slipping free with a soft thump as it sank into the snow. I kept her face in both hands, watching tears shimmer in her eyes, then leaned down to press a kiss to her radiant smile. The kiss was cool at first, touched by the winter air, but warmth soon bloomed between us. We finally parted for breath, pale mist curled and mingled between us as we tried to catch our breath. Snowflakes drifted down once more, settling on her flushed, slightly swollen lips, only for us to slip back into another deep lingering kiss. By the time we returned to Moonlit Retreat, the girls were already busy carrying dishes to the table, and Acacia hurried over at once to lend a hand. Let's see, what do we have here? Hot pot, sweet and sour ribs, crispy fried cuts. The smell is so abundant it was hard to know where to start. So we have a hot pot here. A hot pot, and this is always meat, but the issue is what meat. We have lotus roots. Can't tell what that is. Some sort of vegetables. Some I don't know what this mushroom is called, but it's plain, but it has like a sweet mushroomy taste. Can't tell what those are. Can I? Yeah. I can't tell what this is. This is either like a cold meat platter, or it's meat for like putting in a hot pot. That looks like something fried. Can't tell what that is. Can't tell what that is. But yeah. On top of that, Longyan had even brought out some peach blossom brew she made herself.
大した料理じゃないけど、お口に合えば嬉しいわ。
Just as I was about to take a seat, fireworks shot up in the sky, looming into brilliant colors against the night.
綺麗な花火。名刀祭を過ごすのは今回が初めてだけど、笑福街がこんなに賑わうなんて知らなかったわ。賑わっているのは名刀祭のおかげだけど、ローズランが天才を乗り越えられたから、みんなもいつも以上に気合が入っていると思うわ。これも分析員のおかげよ。あなたがいなかったら、ローズランはどうなっていたことか。
You're too kind, Miss Longyan. Shimmer played its part under your leadership, and the Andrade family did as well.
まあまあ、他人行儀はそれくらいにしておきましょう。
じゃあみんなで乾杯しようよ。せーの、乾杯。
Kanpai! Glasses clink together. The clear chime. What do you mean glasses? They're using teacups. The clear chime echoing through the small courtyard. Marion took a sip of the peach blossom brew. The light sweetness made her eyes soften, a small satisfied smile tugging at her lips. Miss Longyan, you wouldn't mind if fewer guests join us, would you?
あら、
Found a corner with decent lighting, set up the terminal, adjusted the camera, and steeled myself for the worried fuss I knew I was coming from home. Sure enough, the moment the call connected, forces flooded in, all talking at once. The girls all spoke over one another, lively and animated. Not a single one willing to give way.
ダーリン、電話で無事だと聞くだけじゃまだ安心できないわ。ローズランの方は大丈夫なの？
Hurry, everything's fine now.
ならよかったわ。あの憎たらしいソフィー、もし私が捕まえたら絶対に許さないんだから。
ファニー、せっかくの名刀祭だし、嫌なことはそれくらいにしておこう。あなた、年越しパーティーの準備をしてたんだ。ちょうどこっちもあなたと一緒に祝いたくて、連絡しようとしていたところなんだ。
Timing.
まさか、あなたも同じことを考えていてくれたなんて。嬉しいよ。
見てください、あなた。みんなで作った餃子ですよ。ナズナの餃子は全部私が作ったの。全然サボらなかったんだから。イチェル、小麦粉ひっくり返しちゃダメ。皮のない肉餃子と肉団子って何が違うの？こらイチェル、わがままは厳禁だよ。
The video feed flashed white all at once. When Flower finally began to settle, Haru stumbled into frame, coughing.
すまない分析員。ちょっと大変なことが起きてしまって。
I know Edge knocked the flower over.
それだけじゃない。ミヤがチェルノの作った服煮込みを一口食べた途端、気絶してしまったんだ。
What the fuck is Chono's 5 blessings?
だから言ったじゃないですか。こういうのも社員研修マニュアルに書いとくべきだって。
I guess Chono doesn't know how to cook. Haru's petite figure squeezed into the frame, giving a helpless little wave.
分析員、実家から花火をたくさん持ってきたの。一緒にやろうよ。
Sorry, I'll make it up to you when I'm back. But for now, why don't you tell me what kinds you brought?
こっちがガトリング砲って名前で、こっちがマジックパレット。
The Gatling style firework is the one that you can hold and it just keeps spewing for God knows how long. Magic burst ones are the ones that, you know, are like wands. They shoot at once in a while.
え？ああ、分析員、あの二人ブブの花火を勝手に打ち上げちゃったよ。
The terminal propped up on the table, the call stayed open, and just like that, I showed the entire Minglindia dinner with the girls through the screen. By the time midnight crept closed, they finally said their goodbyes, reluctant as they were. Outside, fireworks were still bursting in bright waves. At some point, Nami had come to stand quietly at my side, her profile softened by shifting light.
分析員、新年のご祈願なんていかがかしら。
Yeah, for him it's New Year, okay. I looked up at the cascade of lights across the sky, taking a moment to think. Then let me borrow an old shoujo saying that feels fitting for tonight. No wishes, It looks like this return year after year. We get these two. I assume these are profile pictures. Yeah. Damn those heart eyes. Oof. That's the story finally done. It's not really a special event, is there? Like an event game mode. I'm thinking what to do. I'm very tired, as you can probably tell from like the amount of times I've gone on breaks. I'm gonna get this.
Oh, そうだ。これ買うんだった。
Also, while Marion came out, her weapon, Glorious Laurel, can be bought for 150 for the first one, and then for duplicates you need 300. And I guess Honeycomb and Nature Nautilus are having a rerun as well. Is there no puzzle? Well, I guess there's no puzzle because you're gonna need to do her personal file. Anyway, is there anything I can do? That doesn't take me away. You know what? I'm gonna leave things for next time. Next time on Snowbreak Containment Zone, we're gonna be looking at Heartfelt Messages. Heartfelt Messages, I assume, are like Valentine's Day. I'm not sure. We're gonna review Coin Champ, revisit Coin Champ because we haven't finished Coin Champ. We're gonna look at the new for Marianne, like her logistics and stuff. Maybe I'll get her logistics by the time. I think she just choked herself. Yeah, maybe the personal file, maybe main story, hopefully sometime. But yeah, until next time, as always, be good, be well, be happy, be safe, be nice. Yep. Enjoy the next 24 hours. I'll make up some new stuff. Let's just quickly go through them. I'm gonna go eat a bunch of snacks after this. I don't personally like the name cards that aren't like, you know, somewhat serious. Get it? Serious? These two, the first one has a greenery. The second one has ice and snow because there's like frozen plants and stuff for the time. Badges, we don't really need to care about badges, but here's my collection of badges. These aren't. Yeah, they're here. Not much, but it's honest work. That's why I only started playing about a year ago. So yeah, see you guys next time, and I'm gonna go eat snacks. Bye bye. I don't know if it's a good thing that you guys can see that guy's name. Their name is, they like eating stinky feet with black stockings. Sure.